Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today it's 2024 on the ancient moon calendar, 2025 on the ancient sun calendar. It is August the 25th. It is also 5785 on the ancient Jewish calendar. It is 10,066 on the ancient Yoruba calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and accordance with the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the divine sovereign living justices and Eggleston Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capite et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal living natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the divine, original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the earth-wide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today, we are being the law by our sovereign status, which is the original, who is the original, indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient, Article 3, living United States District for Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustors, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, grantors, and title trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We are trustees according to our intent. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our own sovereign divine ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war, and we demonstrate all eternal, ancient, sovereign, original rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc-pro-tunc. So first and foremost, we have the meeting in mute mode. Our first question for this Holy Congress is, how are you doing? How are you doing? How are your demonstrations going? We missed you, you know that. We've been demonstrating ourselves, and we do have testimonies and testaments to share with you today. But before we get into that, we would like to hear from you, to hear how you're doing. Because we did see on you, Islam Empress.
Islam Empress. I wanted to get on because I may lose my contact. But anyway, my consort and I are at a really great place right now. Excuse me for crying, because we've been putting the pedal to the metal, and
yes,
so we're about to launch this this demonstration to get our property back. I'm also taking another one. It's right in the same neighborhood, because I know my family members may need a place to stay with this change, so I'm taking another piece of property too. But I also had the realization that as I never leaned the county the first time I leaned the land, but this time, and I'm glad I didn't, because we learned so much now. I'm different than I was 6 years ago, and thank you very much. I'm so deeply appreciation for all I've learned here, and you're an amazing woman. Anyway, I realized that as I launched this campaign, I guess I'm going to call it that, I become Countess of Nevada County. because I'm paying the bills there. Well, the Mortgage American National Federal Government is, but through me.
Well, you are. Yeah.
You are. Yeah. Okay. All right. But it is on behalf of our government.
Yes.
So myself and our government. Yes. But I realize, I'm also taking on another responsibility, and it's okay because I realize I must have signed up for this somewhere in my lifetime in the past, and I promised the ancestors that I get this job done.
Yes.
So and I have to grow. So anyway, I just want to thank you. My deepest appreciation. I am not the same person that was 6 years ago. I'm looking forward to this, and I'll keep everybody posted, and on our progress. So anyway, thank you. Islam.
Dr. Cynthia, let me say this first. Thank you so much, and just know that we see the growth. You are a very powerful Empress, a very powerful Empress. And that is why initially the fight felt like it was so strong against you. But you overstand all. And for that we're grateful. We can see it, we can hear it in every word that you speak. Those are the words of God coming from you. And for that we're grateful. And we send our strength and our energy and our competence and all and our peace with you. You will not be demonstrating alone. We are with you. We are with you. And that goes for everyone. We're together when we demonstrate, just like you all were with us when we demonstrated. And oh my word, it was amazing. We've had some amazing success since we've taken this time away from this platform, but still governing fully. And for that, we're so grateful. Anyone else, how are you doing? We're concerned. We just will to hear your voices. We missed you. Anyone else? And you can star 6 to speak. Islam.
Islam. Good to hear your voice. Good to hear your voice. Like
Islam. And who is that speaking?
It's Shah. Shah. Shah.
Great to hear your voice as well, nobility, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Islam?
Islam, Justice Nadam.
How are you? Islam, peace and love to you. I'm so glad to hear you back.
Yes.
I suggested that we should have some type of schedule where we can find out if, as I thought you was incarcerated. Yeah, because it's 2 weeks, and I talked to Empress. She's on my phone.
I was not incarcerated. And I'm laughing because, I know that that type of energy, it floats around whenever we, but we were not incarcerated. We'll tell you what we were doing. But go ahead, Justice.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if we can get a platform where we can find out, because when people just get missing, we should have some type of platform where we can find out where each other are, especially if it's like what I just mentioned. But
we did announce in advance, Justice Nadon, just so that you're aware, we announced 2 weeks in advance that we were going to step back from the platform to do some things. We announced that in advance on the recording. So if you go back and listen to the last couple of recordings, you'll hear us state that we were going to take a step back. So it was not a surprise to us and to others.
That was July the 4th, right? When you took the break?
It was the last, it was, let me see, it might have even been, it was somewhere around there. A little bit after that, a couple of weeks after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to hear your voice, and it's good to see that you're good and healthy and talking back.
Oh, so, yes. Just wait till you hear how our ancestors just Oh, wow.
Okay. I wanted to send those coins. So now that I know you're back, I can do that. And I'll do that as soon as possible.
Of course. And we really didn't leave the governing post. We've always we govern even in our sleep, you know.
Right.
Islam. Thank you, Justice Nada.
You're very welcome. And I yield. Islam.
Thank you.
Islam.
Islam Empress.
Noble Akil wills to come into the conference.
Okay, Islam.
Yes.
It's unlocked, Empress Rose.
Okay.
Islam.
Empress Shasha.
Empress.
Hi, my sister.
My God. It's so wonderful to see you. It's so wonderful to be here. And how am I doing? I'm doing fabulous. I'm anybody that we're all meeting here, and you know, I've tried to become, and of course, and I knew congressional was not keeping, but I also knew that you might be there, and but anyway, so I am wonderful. I think that you know, you're recovering from hurricane slash.
Yeah.
But a great to all continue some discussions in prior to all of these different things. But otherwise wonderful, and just wonderful to see you and be here and hear everyone, and so.
Islam. And you know, we are just overjoyed to hear your voice and all everyone who's here. You know, part of our stepping back from the platform was to give others, you know, who are still catching up on the 40-something documents. There's some who are still doing that. Some who have demonstrations that they will to do. And then we, you know, as we stated before as we were announcing that we were going to step back from the platform for a little while, we stated that, you know, we know that for the first 6 years, the ancestors had us moving so quickly and was giving us so much information so fast that, you know, we just willed to circulate the information and put it out there as quickly as possible while demonstrating who we are and all of that. So we just willed to give time for others and for us to just absorb and demonstrate and renew and refresh, you know, with all that the ancestors have given us. Oh my, they've given us so much.
That's why Isha has still been evicted.
With that being stated, is there anyone else? How are you doing? Islam nobility.
Just grateful that you are expressing such a wide and sunny smile. Okay.
I can't. It's almost. I almost can't help it. Oh man, I almost can't help it.
Very, very glad that you are back, and nothing along the lines of incarceration, of course, but nevertheless, glad that I got the notice that this was about to occur again. So, welcome back.
Thank
with
you.
Great energy. Peace.
And thank you. Welcome back to you. We're all coming together.
Noble Tonus, Al-Ajar Bay in the Khalifa territory.
Nobility. Welcome.
I've had a whole bunch of experiences, let's say. Actually, because of, I lost a foot, but I got a lot of time to study. And I got a printer, and let's go. I want to thank you, Empress, for...
God lost a foot? How the fuck could that happen?
something's afoot.
Go ahead, nobility.
Anyway, I've been demonstrating all over the place from a hospital bed, and trolls don't bother me. Anyway, I want to thank you for the encouragement, for guidance, for somehow contacting me in the because this is the national and the divine program, right? Like you've been contacting me on the divine side. That's for sure. I've been given a lot of help. So
y'all know Cynthia never going to get that domicile back.
I know that in the national part here, they want a domicile, but in the divine part, there's a lot of crazy things that are possible now. So governing time is now, and once again, thank you for. I feel like I met like on another plane.
Yeah.
You know, you gave me instructions. I'm following them as best as I can. Okay, I'm demonstrating at my own level, and light is appropriate name.
Thank you, Noble.
Islam, Noble.
And you know what, Justice Tonis, we can hear and see and feel in the spirit realm. We felt you, even with when you put the notice on the on social media, on YouTube, under the video, we could feel and see, you know, that and send strength and peace and prosperity and all of that to you. But we're with you, so it's not like we're separated.
I feel you.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah.
That
was the point. That's what. Yeah.
Keep it up. Yeah. Keep it up. I shall follow the rules.
Yeah.
Islam.
Yeah. You are
Islam.
Islam, Empress. Empress Yamaya. How are you?
Islam. I am well. And I just wanted to peace and grand rising to you, Empress. Peace and grand rising to all the empresses and the nobles here in the conference. I just wanted to piggyback off of Noble Tonis Bey, and it sounded like he said he lost a foot, and I just wanted to let him know I lost a majority of my leg not too long ago from the knee down, and that was in March, and I am standing up on my leg. I am trying to balance on my one leg, and
Islam.
I thought when I came out of that surgery that life was almost over. I thought that in my mind, but no one would let me continue with that. And I'm doing things that I didn't think that I could do. So to you, Noble, you are going to do miraculous things in a little while.
Oh, yes.
Miraculous things you feeling like you might not be able to do, forget that. The way this is going, I might be running when I never ran before. The technology of the prosthetics is, whoa, you know.
Yes.
And I just want to let everyone know that I'm glad we're back in Congress. I missed everyone, and I missed this. And good health and good life to everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. I yield the floor. Islam.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Listen, I used to be in management in prosthetics at the Veterans Administration, and there were those who began to enter into Olympic events like running and racing with prosthetic devices, and they kept beating the people who had regular, legs. They kept beating them, so they said, y'all can't be in the race because it's not fair. So
Islam.
those devices are very advanced, very advanced. All of the devices are very advanced. So, you know. And then too, here's another perspective to just think about it. I know it sounds, but just think about it. In times past, we regrew and regenerated limbs and eyes and parts of our body the same way that a starfish would in the ocean, a starfish and
bullshit.
We did that in the past. So just let that marinate, because we're there again. All it takes is a couple of tweaks to our intake. A couple of tweaks to our intake. And no matter what it is, it will return. A couple of tweaks to our intake. And everyone knows that. Everyone knows that about us. Everyone knows that about us. Islam, there's some another.
My name is Amanda Sanders Obey, and I have a question for the Congress, if I may.
Let me just ask you: is that a recording? It's speaking.
Thank you. So I have a family member in Michigan who did.
Yeah, it's a recording speaking. Boy, the spirit knows, living from the dead. That was a recording.
So somebody's going to grow.
As we were stating, yes, we regenerate. We always have. And if anyone who might doubt that, anyone who might doubt that, look into the story of Henrietta Lacks, Lacks. Henrietta Lacks.
Empress. Everywhere I go, everybody.
Her, just look into the story of Henrietta Lacks and her cells and what they did with her cells. Our cells live forever. And here's the thing: basic cellular, just the most basic cellular science states that cells divide. They reproduce and divide. Well, if cells reproduce and divide, that means we can regenerate at any time. Everyone knows that. In the Biblios, Sarah regenerated her womb. It took her. It wasn't instant. It took her 25 years of a certain diet and doing certain things and taking in natural things, and she regenerated a womb and had a baby. Come on, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Everyone knows the story of Sarah and how Abraham was not the father of Sarah's baby. But read it in the book. In the book it says the Lord intervened and came in and did some things. Well, who in the nationality is the Lord? We are. Islam. So is there anyone else? Anyone else?
Islam, peace and grand rising from land of Nod. Empress Angel Bay.
Empress. After we giggled so much the other day.
Right. Yes, it's good to be back in session with the people and implementing more and doing as we do and, continuing on. It's a great feeling, but time off was appreciated.
It was indeed.
It really was, but back to work, and we always keep working, but as the unified we are here.
Islam, indeed, Empress. And work never really stopped for us. We just kept going. We just were doing it a little bit differently than.
Yes, and I look forward to hearing the details.
You'll lose.
Yeah. we did it a little differently than this type of a meeting, but we still did what we do. We still govern. Yeah. Oh, the information that we have for today. It is gonna mess with the programming. So if you know that you're still programmed, you will probably be a little bothered by what we talk about today. But if you'll just hold fast, just listen and give yourself time to absorb what we talk about today. It's very liberating. It's very matter of fact. It's very foundational. Very foundational. It is a major key to the estate. So we literally demonstrated what we're going to be talking about today. And our ancestors did what they do best. They caused all war and confusion to heal. HEEL. And so let's, is there anyone else? Anyone else?
Islam, Empress. Can you please unlock the meeting once again?
Yes, I can. Islam. Anyone else?
Islam, Empress, it's great to see you back in the building.
Justice Akil, thank you.
I'm just ready for the erudite lessons once again. Peace and love to everybody.
Indeed, nobility. Indeed. Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Islam.
Empress in my.
I am just so excited you're back.
Empress Imani, you've been demonstrating because we received some documentations from your demonstrations here.
Uh-huh.
Yes. You're demonstrating beautifully, Empress.
Okay. Now that you have some of those demonstrations, I wasn't sure if I was doing it correctly, for one.
Yeah, you did it.
And so I thought maybe I needed to backtrack, put my signature on it, put my thumbprint on it, and I thought, okay, now all of those that I previously sent, I probably need to redo those.
If the Spirit is telling you to do that, do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, fabulous.
Yes.
Now, there is one final thing. I don't think you've received it yet. I sent the 3 documents to you. That was the appellation change. I think it was the birth certificate change or something, whatever it is. And I can't remember what the third document was at this moment, but I sent those to you because I was thinking, well, wait a minute, I think she needs those.
And I haven't received them yet. The things that I have received came from the subjects in the office of District Court of Colorado, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. It was just some documentation from the subjects there, and it's just things that you know. It's just elevating your rebuttal. That's all.
Let me ask you this, because, see, I'm not sure of the process, right? Okay, so then when I do my demonstrations, are they the ones that are responding to it and they send it to you? Is that how it works?
Well, that's how it worked. And apparently, you know, you took advantage of using this mailing location, which is great. That's fine. We say that all Moors can do that. When they're doing their mailings, if they choose to, you know.
Right.
So they were just sending it here in response to that.
Oh, yeah. They did. Oh, yeah. I'm so excited.
Yeah. Yeah. So
continue to do what I'm doing.
Huh? Yes. Oh, you're doing all the right things. All the right things.
Wonderful.
Then too, they know what's going on. They're just saying, okay, this is being demonstrated. They can't speak directly to us, So they use the all caps to speak back, knowing that we're going to restate everything anyway.
Right. Okay, well then I'll just continue doing what I'm doing. So whatever I feel, then that's what I'm going to move on.
And it's going to be right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, I'm just excited.
Yeah. And then what we can do, Empress, is we can meet separately from the Congress at some point, so that I can at least scan the documents in, so you can see what was sent, and then
y'all are just so excited for rejection.
Demonstration of
rejection.
And then you can decide how you will to demonstrate it.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay. Yes. Yes.
So,
welcome back.
Yes, thank you too, Empress, and I'm just glad to hear your voice.
Thank you. You too.
Islam. Listen, Moors, whenever you're demonstrating there, and this is what our Grand Sheik says this all the time, but I'll just say it again too, because I'm in full agreement with this. There is no wrong way to be yourself. You know, yes, tests come, we get tested and things, but there's no wrong way for us to be ourselves. We're speaking to a system that we have dominion.
But how do you explain your great levels of rejection?
And so when we speak to the systems that we have complete dominion over, the system just looks at what we've sent, and according to the algorithms, it will send something back. And then we just demonstrate that. It's not even a war situation. It's not even a war situation, because there are no persons who have some great authority to tell us no about our own system. You know, it's our system. It's ours. So we just look at what the system is saying, and then make any upgrades and updates to our demonstration, and then send out again. Anyone else? Anyone else? Islam nobility.
This is from the state court, United States District Court Probation Office. It's basically saying that I've been released. However, just to show that what you did and what you said was right, I did a writ of quarantine international document on the probation office in 2023. I get this back in August 2024, but they never reviewed it. So anything that's not reviewed stands as law.
Why do they think that?
Yes.
So actually, what happened was this works. These affidavits work because they have to answer it, and if they don't answer it, they default in law.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that what you're saying is 100% true. If you file your paperwork right and file it to the right avenue or venue, then you will get results one way or another. Yeah. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Islam, my year.
Thank you for that, Justice Nathan. You know, our ancestors just willed that we stand and be ourselves, and then take and whatever is happening along the way, whatever actions are happening along the way, just respond to them by being ourselves. Period. Mm-hmm. And do your best not to compromise. Because in reality, even compromising, there's duality there also. You know, so our ancestors know what they're doing through each and every one of us, and it was just a matter of time. All we had to do was keep doing it, and recognize that we're not at war, recognize that we're speaking to a system that we created, that we govern. And once we recognize that and keep that in mind as we continue to demonstrate success repeatedly, all the time in our favor.
Exactly.
That's, you know, that's just how this works. We are the law. We are the government. Everybody knows it. So let's just keep moving.
Yeah, boy.
You know what I'm saying? Just keep moving. All these testaments and testimonies and demonstrations and success, you know, cannot be denied. Cannot be denied. Not at all.
Islam,
Empress.
Empress Naraji asked if you could open the meeting. She got disconnected.
Sure. It's open.
Gratitude.
So let's go ahead and I'm just glad to hear that everyone is well. We know that there are still more who are being tested. We know that. See, this is where that testing situation comes full circle. Is when you first start demonstrating, it might feel like tests are coming out of nowhere. But once you get to a certain place and a certain point, you will literally pick your own test. You'll say, okay, I'm ready for that one. Let me demonstrate here, or I'm ready for that one. Let me demonstrate there. You know, and of course you'll pass because you get to pick. You know. So with that being stated, let me go ahead and.
So why do you still not have your conveyance, Pauline?
We have a couple of testaments and testimonies to share. I just have two. So, do you all remember when, and I've said it several times over the last 2 or 3 years, that I'm looking forward to traveling. Do you all remember when I said that? Because I refused to travel unless I could do it being myself.
Islam, I remember.
Islam, I remember that.
We affirm, yes.
Yeah. Our ancestors.
But you didn't do it in the Land Rover, did you, Bets?
Our ancestors know what they're doing through us, all of us. So whenever we demonstrate something and we put it out there, our ancestors say, okay, we know this to be truth. Now just demonstrate it and show everyone, not show everyone, show yourself. We show ourselves first. And then if others happen to see, we're all well and good. But we demonstrate according to the leading of the Spirit within us. So, you know, we've been discussing our federal driver's license that we issue. And again, we were not going to travel until we had our own documentation to travel by, because we know who we are and we believe every word that comes out of our own mouth. We believe it. We know it's truth. And so we, as you all know, we turned in passport, those things that were acting as passports and, you know, driver's license and all of that. And we showed you the documentation from turning that in. And when I say turn it in, we just let the dead bury the dead with all of that. We packaged all of that up, student IDs, quote unquote, social security card, all of that, birth certificate, all of it. We packaged all of that up, did a court action from our court first, and then sent it to The subjects in the office of King County Superior Court sent all of it, all of their of the documentation that we did not create directly. We sent all of that to them: passport, driver license, birth certificate, all of it. Sent it all with a court action and the rendering of our verdict that we are not a dead person. So we didn't have anything that at that, at that time we didn't have our federal driver's license and the things that we have we had our nationality cards, but we didn't have our federal driver's license that we issue. And so we issued ourselves a driver's license, and we issued ourselves, and again, the nationality ID, Moors have the right to travel. That's what the national ID, our nationality cards are all about, is we can travel freely and move about. There are commercial systems, though, that we have grown up with, looking at the enactment of them, that we willed to take advantage of. So we got an invitation to Atlanta, Georgia. And, we've had invitations before, and the ancestors said, no, it's not time to go yet. So you're going to have to miss that one. You have to turn that down. And so we just listened to the spirit. We just allowed our ancestors within us to continue to direct us and give us the go-ahead to travel. So we got the invitation from one of our kin that our kin were getting together. And we've missed quite a few of those, but we were able to make this one. And we traveled the whole way from here, Seattle, Washington, to Atlanta, Georgia, and back, using our federal driver's license. And we had zero resistance. No one, there was one subject in the Office of Transportation Safety who asked a question about it, but he was one of us. And I know he knew something about nationality. I know he heard something about being indigenous, because he looked at it and he was like, and he was looking. So he said, well, is there an expiration date? I said, it's not an expiration date, it's a renewal date, and it's right there. He was like, oh, okay. And he handed it back, and we went on through. He was asking for his own information. We could tell by his energy that he was wanting to know, who is this and where is this coming from? No expiration date, and then you turn it over and it says do not detain. And let me just say this about that do not detain piece. Each one of the subjects in the Office of Transportation Safety, so from here, when we first presented our boarding pass and our identification, they looked at it, turned it over, and when they saw do not detain, they got in a hurry. We could see them fumbling and hurrying, trying to, do the right thing with it. So they were competent to do the right thing with it. So they didn't put it in their regular system because it doesn't have a barcode on it. Our driver's license that we create don't have barcodes. Do you know that there is a system that has superseded that old one, and it was right next to the one that everybody else's IDs and boarding passes were going through? And he took the boarding pass, he put the driver's license, our federal driver's license, on top of it, which was appropriate. All of this was appropriate. And then he put it under the new, and I can't say it's new because it's ancient. We've always had our own system. He put it under the thing and then handed it back. No questions asked, no hesitation, no nothing. They were ready for us. And this was on both ends. They were ready. The subjects were ready. No questions, and expediting us through. So our federal driver's license is the travel document. But see, And I'll even say this. Some of the ones that we went and saw were asking, because they know how we do. They know that we don't use the dead instrument. And they said, how did you get here? And we had the opportunity to just open our wallet and pull everything out and show them. This is what we use. This is how and we didn't have any of the identifications from any fraudulent or dead person. And so we had the opportunity to even show those that we love that, yes, this really does work, and we had an amazing, peaceful flight. Our just coming and going the flight was just ease and peace and peaceful. Going through everything, all of the points was peaceful and easy. No one, it was beautiful. It was a very beautiful trip. We stayed for a week. And we just got back this past Wednesday. So, the ancestors, all they said was just be yourself. We don't have any of this stuff. So we had to be ourselves. And to get the plane ticket and the hotel, and this told us that the system has changed also. So we've shown you our account, and our account only has more $7 gold in it. It just has gold, and that's it. It doesn't have any fiat in it. So what we did was we transferred the gold to my consort, who is I would say that he is a change agent for us. And then he used his instruments to go ahead and book the hotel, which was prepaid, so we didn't have to have the card that he used to book the room. We didn't have to have that even when we got there. And everything was prepaid ahead of time. So even the hotels, in the past you would book it, but they wouldn't do anything as far as charging or anything until you got there and you had to have the card with you. It wasn't like that for us at all. Everything, when he booked it, when we gave him our gold transfer and he booked it, everything went through right then. So by the time we got there, everything was taken care of, with the exception of a $100 incidental. And he had given us one of his cards to put the $100 incidentals on there. So we used our system, and then anything that had to do with fiat or anything of that nature, the only time that fiat came into play, because we did take some fiat with us, which we were fine with not taking it, but my consort said, I was wondering if you were going to, take anything with you, because what are you going to eat with? And I was just thinking, from our perspective, I could have went without it. But he did give us 300 in fiat, and then the ancestors said, Light, you can't be scared of fiat either, because you have dominion over that also. And the ancestors know we don't, that's not regular. That's out of the ordinary for us to have fiat. But the ancestors said you can't be scared of it either, because you have dominion over everything. So we took 300 in fiat with us. And you know what? The thing that happened where fiat is concerned is what I knew would happen. The people around us who don't know anything other than fiat, they are literally starving for that stuff. I mean, we ended up giving away the majority of it because they were in need. Everywhere we went, no matter who it was, there were waiters and waitresses that were just, if you didn't give them a certain amount of whatever, you can just expect hellfire from them, or they would just disappear. People are just really in need. They're in need. They're hungry for resources. I can't even say hungry for fiat. They just don't know anything different. They don't know anything different. But that stuff went so fast that just like we knew it would, because fiat is not it's not anything made to be anything less than temporary. It was supposed to be temporary, period, for everybody. And yes, it's temporary. It's temporary, And fortunately, we were among our kin who had food and all of that stuff for us. So, we got along just great without, once the fiat ran out so quickly, and we knew it would. We knew it would. But we had a great trip. We enjoyed demonstrating our status. And I will say this too. We used our driver's license that we created also, that was issued by our government, which is us, to get us a communication device. Some people call it a cell phone. I say communication device. And we were not going to do it not even one day sooner than we were ready. Because as you all know, we've been without a cell phone for probably about 2 years now. And we were willing to do that demonstration for as long as the ancestors, said, until we felt comfortable doing it. But we will to do it by our own terms. So what we did was we put the Verizon document on the public record, and that was that's actually the most recent video. It's about two minutes or so. We restated the Verizon contract and all of that, of course, in our favor. And then we went and used our ID to get the cellular phone. And as it turns out, we didn't have to have any fiat for that. And then we did transfer some gold to my consort to get the supplies and things. So we're just moving according to the Spirit. Whatever the Spirit says to do, we will do it. But we're going to remain sovereign and uncorrupted. We're going to be ourselves at all times. Because we know that the system is ours, it belongs to us. And this travel is proof that we have dominion over the airways. Proof that we have dominion over the airways. We knew that we had dominion over the land. We have dominion over the whole earth, really. And we've proven that by way of the post office. Because as you know, the post office reaches everywhere on earth. And we've been printing our own money and stamps using the post office, our post office. So we have dominion there. And we have dominion over the airways, and we have dominion over the land as well. So we've matured. We've matured as a nation. And for that, we are grateful. And let me share the screen with you briefly, because we will to just make it clear that, we have been fighting, and I put fighting in quotes because we know we're at peace. There's nothing to fight about. But we've been going back and forth and demonstrating for that which is already ours when we're competent and peaceful. The driver's license piece, all we had to do was properly state the driver's license. That's all we had to do, was put it in its proper place, and it's ours. and we can travel and go domestically, because that's what the driver's license is for. It's a national driver's license. So it's for those who are doing commerce and willing to take advantage of the quote unquote legal system. But you know that you're sovereign. So our driver's license is directly connected to our national ID because it comes from the same place. See, legal documents and legal things must be moored to our nationality. And then we can use the legal system however we choose. Are there any questions, comments, wisdom regarding anything that we've stated thus far?
Islam,
Empress.
so I have a question. So the federal, that's wonderful, exciting to hear how that all went through.
Yes.
So it's a domestic instrument. It's ours.
Yes.
And as you said, it's a domestic license. So I am, where I am, Jamaica, on the islands.
Yes.
Technically speaking and sovereignly speaking, legally, lawfully, I ought to be able to use that to travel anywhere within our empire.
Yes.
Because we're all domestic. I mean,
yes.
It's all domestic.
Okay. Now, if you're, for example, if you're coming from Jamaica to come to, let's say, here, yes. You'll have your driver's license and your national ID card together, and you're good.
And that, right, okay. Then my other question, with regards the payment for the travel document, the tickets and everything. So you transferred gold from your account, and your consort used the old system basically to. What if that piece? You don't have that piece. You know, as we discussed from before, prepaying with the delirium and those types of things. Now you have what you had, and your consort and everything. Is it that if you had more time, or is it was it not necessary? Could you have done it the way that we've been looking at doing things?
Yes.
So it's just questions there.
Yes. And here's the thing, Empress, I'm glad you asked that question because we were going to discuss that next. The things that we've talked about regarding delirium and payments and things and payment systems, those things must be done. We must be able to use delirium to get to do things legally. We must. So
I mean, you used delirium because you transferred delirium. So that's absolutely right.
Yes.
Right.
But we all must be able to do that, and and be able to do it without having to go through a change agent.
Exactly.
So I'm just grateful that our ancestors have given us the time to work through the things that we're working through now. Right. That is next on the list. And here's the thing, the system is ready. We have to just be ready. And then we have to demonstrate that we're ready by doing it, do a demonstration, and then see what comes up. Because that's how science is done. That's why it's called more science. Because we have to demonstrate what we know, demonstrate at the level of our understanding, and then whatever happens with that demonstration, we can say, okay, so now we know that we have to do this part next. You know, it gives us the opportunity to see what's next. What's the next steps now to our freedom, to continued freedom, right?
Well, I mean, thank you for that. I am. In my studying, current and recent, very recent, you know, the clarity of the fact that a debt, which is everything from the other system, a debt cannot be serviced by a fiat instrument. So, I mean, there's the only way to do anything is with delirium.
Yeah.
And so, as we discussed prior, all of that, this information and knowledge that I'm gathering will go in the documents, the affidavits that will present me and what I will do. And so I know that it will happen because I know in this space I have been gathering more clarity, more information, more law, more evidence that proves that when I am ready and get to that point, there will be nothing in my way.
Yeah.
Because even if I don't get to go all the way from A to B, along the way, as you state, it's science. I will know where I need to change my recipe.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And you know what, Empress? When we all just agree to use the same instruments, it's going to just be easier each and every time. And it was super easy this time. I'm telling you, it was so easy. I was just like, and I cast the spell of easement along the way as I was going through. Even before I left my domicile, I said, ancestors, I send easement, ahead of me. And it was a piece of cake.
You are so fucking full of shit, Pauline. You are such a liar.
Easement is a land term, as I know you know. There's that area outside of your property that is an easement, which is access for the government to do movement. That's just so apropos. Another question in the mix, as I remember all of what we discussed with these processes, because we talked about leaning, levying, bonding, and allodial titling, the airports and the different ports that pass through, and all of those things.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we did that. We've been doing things with Seattle and this territory since day one.
Right.
And so I will say that while I was at Atlanta, which
you paid fiat for everything
ended up,
you did.
It's interesting because everything.
Still don't have that conveyance, do you, bitch?
Everything that I
Still
did.
Don't have that conveyance.
Everything that I did when I was at Atlanta was done with ease as well. But I did notice, a few things that kind of gave me some vision for things for us to demonstrate in the future, particularly at all the major cities, because the major cities are ours, and we're just going to send the word. We don't have to go out and do a whole bunch of stuff. We're just going to send the word, because at Atlanta, I had to cast a couple of spells where transportation was concerned, just because they were expecting fiat for public transportation and things like that. And I did that as a demonstration because here we take public transportation. It's a Fifth Amendment taking here, and we've already demonstrated that and shown you how that works. But it is interesting how people that look just like us are so fast asleep. But I will say this, Morris, the ones that look like us, say, for example, the quote-unquote bus drivers and things of that nature, all it takes is for you to cast the right spell, and it does something to them on the inside that will cause them to take a whole step back, and usually they get scared because they don't want to lose their job. When you start asking questions, they get scared. Because then you don't look like a regular bus driver, you look like an investigator, which is really what we're doing.
Right.
We're doing court actions and investigations. So I just got up onto, I said I'm going to go and just see, because for Atlanta to be such a wealthy place in terms of, resources and things, it's too many people that's poverty stricken there.
Mm-hmm.
Too many. Too many that are poverty stricken with all that wealth running around there. Islam, Empress.
No, Islam. I was just going to say it's a similar, on a smaller scale, smaller population, all of those things. But here on this island, similar thing, similar situation. Yeah.
I'm just amazed at that. I'm amazed at that. That there's that much poverty, first in the minds of the people there, and then in their actual surroundings and things.
But if it's in the mind, it cannot be anything else in the physical.
Right.
So, it's truth be told, yeah.
So we have, there's some words and some spells to be cast at all places and that's why this Congress is so important, because the importance of spell casting, of words. Of words. The importance of words. And here's the thing, the heavy lifting, the hardest part is over for this Congress, as it were, simply because of the spells that have been cast. Already, we know how important words are. But the people, I was just like, I spoke to some quote unquote highly educated people who are completely lost. The mentality of what they saw on TV got to them and just muddled up the reality. It's just muddy.
It's Islam, if I may. I was listening to a Grand Sheikh lecture. I don't remember which one exactly, but this statement he made, because the educated, highly educated, he made the statement, education is for animals, erudition is for the living. And it was just so bing, 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 ring that bell, because we know animal husbandry, the educational system. So, yeah. It was just, I thought to myself, do you all hear what's coming out of your mouths? And you all have 2 and 3 and 4 degrees each. And the stuff that's coming out of your mouths, you don't realize how far beneath your rights, and not to mention privileges, you don't realize how far beneath that you're speaking. And you think that's normal. But if you think about what even that 2 and 3 degrees, that's a minute piece of 360. Not true?
Yeah.
So even in the statement there, it's 2 and 3 degrees, which is certificates, paper, fiction, and the 360 when you are in your correct state of mind, status, estate. It's just, it's in the word.
Yeah. It's all in the word. Yes. And then you have to try and fight through those 2 or 3 degrees to get to anywhere near 33rd degree, and not to mention 360 degrees. They got them at the beginning, at the foundation, the first 3 degrees. Right. They got them there at the beginning.
And once that's there, that's gone. Unless you really awaken and break through that, you're stuck there, because also those 3 degrees, 1, 2, 3, it creates an armor, a skin around the mental state, and an arrogance crossed with ignorance. Not always, of course, but there's a generalizing. There is that comes with that. You can't tell me anything you don't know. And do you have those degrees?
Yeah.
And we're stuck there. So the machine. Their exercise works very well, but it cannot. It is undone. We just have to all get there. That's all.
Yeah.
I yield.
The harvest is ripe.
Peace rising, Empress Tajiri.
Islam, nobility.
Okay, enough respect. Okay, I'm listening. First of all, greetings to the family, to the Most High, and I'm thankful and gratitude that you have returned.
Yes,
and
indeed.
We're looking forward to your education.
My erudition.
Yes. Enough respect to the Jamaican sister who was just speaking. I hope in the future.
Aren't you at Jamaica, nobility? Aren't
yes.
you at Jamaica? Okay.
Yes, I'm present in Jamaica, and I'm hoping that I could connect with that sister also, if it's possible. Yeah. I'd love to connect with the sister and try to build together and try to further do some furtherance. Okay.
Islam.
Yes.
Please put your Shasha Anbay, yes, and you can put your information in the chat or message me or give me yours, either way, or I can give you mine. And I would love to. Which parish? Where are you?
I'm in Kingston.
On the Rock.
I'm in Kingston.
Okay.
Are you in Kingston?
No, I'm not in Kingston. I'm down south coast.
Okay, as long as you're on the island. So, Sente, basket. Okay.
I'm on the road.
Islam, is the meeting still open? It's kind of choppy.
Yes, you can hear me?
So, yes, please put your information in the chat, or if you can, if you want to.
Yeah, I would love to do it. I'm not so computer literate, but I'll ask someone here who might be able to assist me with that.
Yeah.
But it is a pleasure.
You can just inbox him if you can. Just inbox him, and he'll be able to.
Oh, there you go. And
right.
Your appellation. Your Anthony.
It says Anthony.
Yes. Yes. Anthony. Anthony Francis Jadison. My appellation is Khalil Islam.
Great.
Right,
I've actually been looking forward to the two of you connecting because Justice Anthony has been on here several times. You know.
Actually, this is my second attendance.
Okay, maybe you and I connected somewhere else.
Yes, my first connection was when the last Congress, when you were leaving, and I was asking you, why were you leaving? We're eager for knowledge. You should stay. And you said you had to go to settle some things.
Go to demonstrate some things.
Right.
Demonstrate. Settle and demonstrate probably are the same word, probably.
Yes. Yeah, so this is my second Congress.
Islam.
And I am thankful to be here.
We're glad you're present, nobility, and thank you for being here.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I live for it. I've gotten to the stage of my life right now where I found the right path, and I vow to stay here.
Yes, indeed.
I vow to stay here, and I vow to make some changes. A lot of things I see going on, and I believe that I am here to make some changes. It's a long story with my journey, but I'm certain of what I'm saying. And in time to come, this would be recognized among us.
Yeah. Yes. Indeed.
Yes. I have a question, right? As I was listening on, you were referring to the travel.
Yeah.
And that the national ID and the driver's license that was presented, it gave you safe passage.
Yes.
Right. That was in a state within the United States, right?
Yes.
Now, is that also operable internationally?
Yes. You must have your national ID to travel internationally.
Right. No. This is where the question is, the root of the question. Okay. What if immigration, they have a bar on you? For example, let me give you more details. For example, if you were deported from a foreign country back to Jamaica, Now they put you in their system that you are barred from returning back to the United States. Right? Now,
you don't want to go back to where they're trying to, what they call the United States. You don't want to go back there. You want to go back to the land, the regular.
land. Right. Correction.
Where we are.
Correction.
Yeah.
I'm only exemplifying as an example. Yes. Thank you for the correction.
Yeah.
So how would that work?
Somewhere different, then they're not even talking to you. Because you're not the person that they barred. That was their person that they barred. That wasn't your person.
Okay,
So
the straw man, so to speak.
So they barred a straw man, which is that's not even a real thing. But you have a person that you must create. And I'm so glad you asked this question, because we're about to get right on into that and how that looks and all of that. We're about to get into that in just a moment. About the difference between their incompetent dead person and your living natural person.
Right.
That's someone that you create.
Right.
That's someone that you create. And you create him on paper.
Right.
And when you create him on paper, you notify those subjects in the Office of Immigration that their person that doesn't have anything to do with you. Because they're not even real immigration. They're subjects in your office, your immigration, not them. So everything that you demonstrate, they cannot act on it.
Okay. As we are the law, right?
Yes.
Is that what we're saying? Okay.
Yes. I demonstrated transportation safety by having a driver's license that we created.
Uh-huh.
And all we did was look at things like the Real ID Act, and we said, okay, the Real ID Act that is a suggestion by them. That's what all their acts are. Their acts are suggestions. So we look at the suggestion and we say, okay, we're going to do a driver's license, but we're going to put this, and this from that suggestion on here, and we'll make this the law. And when we do it that way, the system recognizes everything, because the suggestions that they put out there are according to what the system says. So they're giving the answers to the test, but we just can't use theirs. We have to make our own. That's how you pass the test.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to keep bearing in mind that we are the law.
Of course.
I have to keep bearing in mind, because that was kind of mind-boggling to me. For example, if I should purchase a ticket and proceed through the airport and hand them my driver's license and the ID, when they go on their system, they say, "Oh, you've been barred from re-entering the UK or the United States or wherever." Then how would that work? What would be your response to them?
So here's the thing. You're going to notify everyone before you go anywhere, because our documentation, our paperwork must precede us. So what you have to do is place a Universal Commercial Code 1 lien on that person that they barred, because that's not you. But you got to lien that thing so that they'll stop using it.
Okay.
And then you do a levy and a bond for you, the real you, and your person, rather, the real person. That's how we do it. We use the financial system to stop that thing and get our person moving.
Okay.
Because all they did in order to quote unquote bar is they put a lien on theirs. That's their person. They can lien their person all day, every day, because they created that dead thing. So you create a living one on paper and rebut theirs. And when you rebut theirs, they'll stand down.
Okay, so the first process.
A lien.
First process is to put a lien. If you just give me
all caps that they created.
1 second, dear Empress. Want to make sure.
And we have video out there for that. We have videos out there for that. We have a 47-minute video out there where we did a lien, a levy, and a bond on the post office. You can look at that video. And under the video, we linked liens, levies, and bonds and things under there.
Okay.
So you can look at, and can someone put...
What's the name of the video?
It's called the Post Office Lien, Levy, and Bond Process.
Yes.
Yeah, let me see. It's either 43 or 47-minute video.
And you said the first thing I do is put a lien on the straw man? On there,
because see, the straw man, they call it a straw because it's empty. It doesn't have anything in it.
Uh-huh.
Your natural living person is an ens legis, which is a creation by the state. Okay. And we've talked about that in the past in many of our videos as well. It must be done. Just one moment. There's some feedback coming from somewhere. Let me see where that's coming from. Okay. So let's see. Here, let me put the link to that video in the chat. I'll put it in there for you.
All right, you said the first thing I'll do is two process. The first one is put a lien on where?
A lien on the all caps name that they've been using. And there's also Empress Angel, I believe, just put the link to that video in the chat. Empress Angel, did you put that link in the chat? Okay. Okay. There's several links. Empress Imani, is that you putting a link in the chat? Okay. Okay, so
Islam, I put the one that you said, the 47-minute one.
Yes. Okay. So
that's the one.
Okay. So Nobility, if you'll grab what Empress Angel Bay put in the chat, that's the link to the video that demonstrates a lien, a levy, and a bond.
Okay. I'm familiar with the lien and the levy and bond process.
Okay. You have to do that for the all caps name. Then what you do is, once you've done that, you create your own using the fiduciary document. And that's the sixth document out of 40-something documents. That's number 6. In other words, those are some of the first ones that we suggest people do after nationality, after declaring your nationality. Now,
the first one, you put a lien on the all caps name. Then the second thing you do is what?
Levy. An internal revenue levy, and that's our process by our internal revenue, because we are the internal revenue. And we show that process too. And then we create a bond for our person. So now, those who let me show you why we do those types of things. Just a moment. Let me freshen up here. Yeah. Okay. So let me tell you why we do what we do in terms of liens, levies, and bonds on persons. We do that because there is duality in the words. There's duality. For example, Pauline Denise Ritchie, and I'll just use my sovereign-born appellation as an example. There is a Pauline Denise Ritchie that I created that is a living natural entity. Okay, how did I create her? Well, I first created a birth certificate, and then I created and the birth certificate was in capitis diminutio minima, which means the first letter capitalized, the rest of the letters lowercase. Then I created a state security number for her, and then I capitalized her. Okay, this is my Pauline Denise Ritchie, And then I did a court action on their Pauline Denise Ritchie, which is a dead, it's something like a dead twin, a dead corpse. It's a corpse. It's a dead body. Looks just like Pauline Denise Ritchie in writing, sounds like Pauline Denise Ritchie in writing, but it doesn't come from a living being. It comes from a dead person.
I remember seeing that in the one of the affidavit.
Yeah. So that's the duality. The duality is they created one and it looks like just like mine, but it doesn't come from me. And if I didn't create it, it's not me.
Right.
It's like children.
Right. Okay.
It's like children. We birth our children. Well, if I didn't birth that child is not my child. I don't care if they have the same name as my daughter. That's still not mine.
Okay.
Same thing. Same thing. That's where the duality, and that's also where the confusion and the war came from.
Okay.
Okay. So now, for the rest of the Congress, for everyone, this is for everyone. Every word that was meant to be a scarecrow is a key. So there was a time, and I believe Moors have grown past this point, but there was a time when Moors did not will or want to use the name that their sovereign mother who birthed them gave them, because they were saying that name's been corrupted and blah, blah, blah. No one can corrupt what you create. They can corrupt what they create, or make, rather, and they don't even create anything. They just make things. What's the difference between creating and making? The difference between creating and making is everything that we create, it originates with us. When you make something, that means you take things that are already out there and you start putting them together to make something different out of them.
Right.
That's the difference between making and creating.
Indeed, indeed.
You know, so now, though, Moors know that they have the authority to properly claim and proclaim the sovereign-born appellation that their holy, holy mother gave them at birth, so that it's not a scarecrow, so that we're not afraid anymore to use any of that. Okay, Justice Anthony, I'm muting because there's a little bit of noise coming from your background.
Okay, that was you. I thought that was my phone doing that. Okay.
And so they willed that we abandon our names, our sovereign-born appellations, rather. My sovereign-born appellation looks like this. And there's a lot more to it, but that in its most basic form it looks like that. So there was a deceptive plot enacted to make us abandon these so that someone else could keep using something that the evil twin. They wanted us to say, okay, and again, there's nothing wrong with I am like Tajiri Bey. Okay, that is who I am because that's who I say I am. And 5 minutes from now, if I change it to something else, that's who I am. Because we all, as sovereigns, have the right to state who we are. But there was a plot to enact it to make us leave these alone so that someone else could continue to pretend to be us and pretend to minister our estate. But we said, no, no, no. We're going to lean the fraud. Those creating names that look and sound like our holy sovereign-born appellations and attempting to use those names for treasonous, fraudulent reasons. So now, When we cast our spells, this is a spell right here. Our sovereign-born appellations are spells. Our free national appellations are spells. When we cast our spells, our word is the law, and our spells always manifest. Many are currently confessing their true status as we have so stated for them on our land. So now what are we talking about? We're talking about now the subjects. Because see, prior to our waking up, the subjects were acting like corpses under a spell, pretending to be government. So their identity changed when we woke up and said, you're not a corporation, you're not a corpse, you're not the government, you are a subject on our land. And then we demonstrated that and continue to demonstrate that and continue to just be ourselves. So in my study over the last few weeks, we've come across some powerful affirmations based on the laws that this Congress has placed on the public record. So for many years in the previous era, we enacted accepting brands such as minorities and blacks and Negroes and colored and all of that, African American and all of that stuff that is not us. There were many statistics and spells cast about minorities, and our emphasis at this point is on the word minority. Minority. There were many statistics and spells cast about minorities, such as highest disease population, highest drug use, highest deaths, highest poverty, highest joblessness, generational poorness, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And as long as we were running around talking about black and we're proud, then anyone who heard that, who knew better, were saying they're not competent yet. They're still minorities. They're not competent. And then they would go about attaching these other labels onto those who claim to be Negro, black, colored, and African American. And then they'll say, okay, they are the least educated, quote unquote, and all of that. Because they knew that when we are erudite and we are competent, we don't say those things. We're not minorities. We're not Negro, black, colored, African American, and all of that. We're none of that stuff. Okay, we are none of that. So then, while we were running around saying we're minorities and we're blacks and Negroes and colors and blah, 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 and they had us checking the boxes on quote unquote tax forms and college applications and school and financial documents. Minorities, are you black? Are you Negro? Are you colored? Are you below the poverty line? Are you, does this disease run in your family? All of that. Well, now we're awake. We know who we are. We know that we are major. We know we're the majority. But then this Congress has placed on the public record laws that state that people no longer will people be using the wrong identifiers and saying things that they don't have any business saying, because that is treason. Once we tell you that we're not black and you keep trying to say they're black, that's treason. That's treason. So now, in my study, I came across some information. So none of that stuff about poor, diseased, and all of that stuff, none of that has anything to do with us. It can't be attached to us because of our own actions. We were born above and have risen above the poverty, the mass deaths, the uselessness, the addiction, the negative thinking, foreign energies, etc. Now, has every one of us risen above that? There are some still involved in these things. They're still enacting this. They're still acting like minors and minorities. Who are the minors and minorities just since this Congress has put on the public record? You know, we've put it on the public record that is not who we are. We put that on the public record. Well, I came across this little link here. And this link, I'm going to put in the chat. This is verbatim what the subject in the office of subject, the subject in the video, these are the words that he stated in the video. So this video is like a 15-second clip that I took from a larger video. And this is what the one who's speaking in the video, his name is Miles Rutherford. Those who are in the Christian arena may know who he is because he was doing business as a preacher previously. And Miles Rutherford, he said the following. They were talking about Christianity and how Christianity, the numbers have taken a dive. And again, we're not mad at Christians. We love Christians. We created Christianity so that they would have a way to worship the Christ. And somehow that got off the rails when we went to sleep, but it's back where it should be, and continuing to get back into accordance and alignment. But he said the numbers, and he was talking about the plummet in the people who are now claiming to be Christians and going to church. He said the numbers are staggering. He said, remember that 2020 thing, and the 2020 thing is quote unquote COVID, and they did a survey of how many people were going to church and all of that. And that's what he was referring to about that 2020 thing. He said the church dropped 47%. In other words, that's those who do not go to church nor have a biblical worldview. He said, now we are a church. These are his words. He said, we are minorities. Christians are minorities for the first time ever. And that's really not true. Those who came here and who were claiming Christianity in the beginning, they've always been minorities here. And we're going to define minority. But to hear them say that they are minorities, all that is them getting into subject status, just as commanded by this Congress. We've commanded those who are not original, indigenous, and ancient to do so on the land, to get into accordance and alignment with your status. Be yourself on the land, because you can't be us. We are us. We're right here. And so I'm going to put this link in the chat. And this is another reason why, sometimes we just hold off on putting things on YouTube, because it's not really that important. This is information for us to see and to know. They already know it, and that's another thing. We're not publishing anything new. They already know it. This came from a YouTube video. Okay, I just put the link in the chat. And we could probably take a quick look at that. Let me stop the recording really quickly. So, did you all hear what he said, the statement that he said about them being minorities?
Yes, Islam.
Is that in alignment with what we stated?
Islam, yeah.
They're starting to see now and realize, and they've always seen it. It's just now the liens have come. The liens have come full circle. The levies and the bonds have come full circle. And when they start seeing that thing dry up like that, then the numbers are greatly affected. And here's something that everyone has always known, that when we, the original indigenous ones, when we come together and we make a decision that we're going to stop going to this place or stop using this or stop doing that, it's a wrap. It can't even last. It can't even be on the land. It won't last. We've heard that all of our lives, you know, and I can't say all of our lives, but all of our time that we've been, you know, manifested in this dimension. They've always said, well, when the black people, and we know we're not black, when the black people stop going to the club, all the clubs are going to shut down. Or when the black people stop eating whatever, then that thing just goes away. Well, when the Moors wake up and realize that they, you know, some people were selling them a bill of goods in some of those places that were doing business as churches. And again, we're not mad at the church. We're the original church. So we're not mad at church. It's just like people saying, you know, they're anti-government. No, we're not. We are the government. We love government because we love ourselves. So, but there was some snowing in, some snow job going on, you know, in those places. And now that we are awake, you know, not so much on the snow job and on the fooling folks and, you know, the tithes and the offering and all of that, you know. And with that being the case, and even the one who said that in the video, he was doing business as a preacher in a place that he had a great many of us sleeping Moors in his church. But then he saw something changing. He saw it changing. And then commercially, because see, the Christians that we, you know, the ones doing business as commercial Christians are the ones that we have, that our liens affect. Our liens don't affect true Christians. Why? Because they're already in their proper place and they're not throwing fiat and debt around trying to snow somebody in. They know exactly who their Lord is. So, you know, it's the ones that's passing those plates commercially, and, you know, and again, we're not opposed to tithes and offering and things like that. We're not opposed to that. But it will be done according to the law, period. You know, and so now our point in bringing this forth is we stated that we are not minors and we're not minorities. And now, as it stands, you know, our word is being honored and people are confessing their true status, who they really are. Moors, all it took was for us to come together and throw and put some liens on the record, because it was only by way of commerce on paper that stuff was going on like that. That Moors were being pulled over and thrown in jail and all of that over some paper. So when we started using our paper wisely and competently, no, don't get out in the street and go marching. Don't do that. Get studying. Get demonstrating. Get writing. Because let me tell you something. This word right here, let me just blow this up a little bit so we can all see it. This word and this word are one and the same. Those words are the same word. They're not different or separate from each other. Those words are the same. And see, everybody knew that. That's why, don't teach them how to read. Don't teach them that they don't have to go by those definitions that we had them spelling and using and casting spells on themselves. And see, now all of that has changed, and now look who's casting spells on themselves. See, after a while, all we had to do was remain peaceful and demonstrate, and the spell casting, we don't have to cast a dirty spell on people. We don't have to do that. They'll do it for themselves if they're doing things against the law. And I'm just saying, I'm not saying that one in particular is doing anything against the law. In fact, I'm saying the opposite. He's stating who he really is, according to the law. So we don't have to war with anybody to get that to happen. All we have to do is stand and be ourselves. It's a system that we're talking to. It's a system. We're not warring with faces. There's no face that is not subject to us. There's no God beside us. It's just us working together. And all else gets in alignment and in accordance. So with that being stated, minority. Now, what we're about to, we're going to go into the minority piece some more to bring up some points. But just know that everything Islam,
Empress.
Know that everything, there's duality. In other words, the same things that were meant for bad for us, there's a good side to it. Okay? So we're going to be talking about something right now that we ran from initially, and myself included. We ran from some of this stuff, this one term in particular, but not, we know we're not minors. We're not minorities. We know that. But there's a term that's associated with persons that we were like, we're never going to be that, and we aren't. But we will to add some clarity to it. So we looked up the word minority. We know we're not minors, but we will to make this clear that those who are saying that they're Negro, Black, colored, and African American, this is what you are professing and confessing to be. When you say that you are Negro, Black, colored, or African American, you're saying that you are lesser, the lesser part or smaller number. They say or smaller number because it can be one or the other, less than half of a total. In other words, 3/5 of a person, and so on and so forth. Number 2, a racial, religious, national, or political group smaller than and differing from the larger controlling group of which it is a part. Now that we know that race is not a thing.
So sorry, Islam, Empress Light.
Islam.
Could you please open the chat for Empress Shosha?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Islam. We know that there's no such thing as race. Either you are original and indigenous and ancient by mother, or you're not. Okay? And those that are not, we're not mad at that either. There's a place for you. On our estate, there's a place for you. We just will that everyone be in their proper person and proper place. So we see here that a minority is different from the larger controlling group of which it is a part. So a minority is someone who's a part of the group, but they're just different and smaller. Number 3 is the part that we're emphasizing. Minority, the period or condition of being under full legal age. Very, very, very important. Very important. Very important. When you are under full legal age, because it is a condition is like an illness or a sickness or a disease or a disability. When you are under full legal age, that means someone has to do everything for you. They have to identify you and give you an ID card and a driver's license and stuff. They have to create your birth certificate because you won't create your own, and you can't create your own because you're not, you have a condition. See, being under full legal age is not a number, it's a state of mind. That's what we're pointing out here. It's a state of mind. So now let's look here at minor, a minor. In law, a person of either sex under full legal age, listen to this part, who is not permitted by law to enjoy full civil rights. Well, we know we have sovereign rights. So then who is it that by law can enjoy full civil rights? It's my all caps name or my in capitis diminutio minima. Those are legal terms, but only the law can say what she can do. So the law and the legal go together. They're not separate. So this principle right here is how we were able to create a driver's license and then go from one part of our estate all the way over to another part of our estate unencumbered. That's called enjoyment of our estate. It's enjoyment of our estate. Why? Because I'm the law and that driver's license was a legal instrument. The lawful and the legal go together. They can't be separate. They cannot be separate. And that's what we've been stating about the living beings attempting to represent a dead entity, a decedent. That's not full legal age in the mind. So as I looked at this, I thought, well, I know I have sovereign rights, but my all caps and the Pauline Ritchie that's on the driver's license has civil rights. But she doesn't have full enjoyment of civil rights, the right to drive and do commerce. She doesn't have that if she's not attached to the living being. And that's why, now hear me when I say this, Moors, that is why whenever someone else attempted to create a person and try to get you to claim to be that person, they were automatically attempting to take away any enjoyment that you had. Any enjoyment that you had. See, I'm the law, and we all are. We are the law. Our person has civil rights. And at any time, we can invoke sovereign rights over that person because we create the person. That's what our fiduciary document is about. That's how you drive down the street and no one pulls you over and tries to molest you and violate you. That's how that happens, is you have full enjoyment of civil rights for that person that you created that's on the driver's license. Now, the national ID card, that's the sovereign rights. And that's why when you put those with a driver's license that you create or that we create, you can do whatever you will to do. Whatever you will. Whatever you will. Because now the one that's on the driver's license is not even a minor anymore. That is a major. You're the sovereign and you have a major, not a minor. Therefore, no one can speak for your major. Now, when we talk about majors and minors, think about the motu proprio that the subject previously in the office of Pope, that motu proprio where he enacted speaking about America major and America minor. Do some study on that if you're not familiar with the motu proprio that the subject previously doing business as Pope Francis, that writing that our Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey talks about. See, now you're talking about majors and minors. And see, Moors, we were not able to do anything using other people's instruments because they were saying the Moors won't create their own stuff, so they have to if they want to enjoy the legal system and they want to enjoy things that have to do with the legal rights, they're going to have to create their own stuff. And if they don't create their own things and demonstrate their own instruments and identifications and identify themselves as the majors and the majority and not the minors, then they stay minors until otherwise. And that's why there was such easement with the travel. That trip, the travel that I took, it's not a trip because we're not tripping and we're not falling. That travel was full enjoyment. It was full enjoyment. Plus we got to see some things and learn some things and remember some things and see what we have to do and all of that. Minor. It says here, in education, a minor subject. This thing saying a minor subject is what we've been saying about minors. They are subjects. And that's why we say what we say about subjects. So in the video that we just showed you, he seemed to be a little bit in distress because he's a minor. He's a minority. Well, you can't be a major on someone else's land now. That's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. A minor subject or field of study. And then minor, to specialize to a secondary degree. A secondary degree. So that means degree number 2 out of 360 degrees. And then minorate, to diminish. Were we diminished in the previous era? That's a question for you. Were we diminished in the previous era? Did anyone feel diminished in the previous era? I don't know about you all, but I did. I felt that way. Now we know better. And whenever I see the word diminish, I automatically think in capitis diminutio, nolo, and in capitis diminutio, minima and media and maxima. It's all about the name and who creates it and how you use it. So now let's look at the opposite of a minor, is a major, the majority. Major as an adjective, the Latin is magnus, which means great. Greater in size, amount, number, or extent. Greater in importance or rank, opposed to minor. Number two, of full legal age. And when you look in Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, at the word full, it talks about things like full jurisdiction, full claim, full legal age. That means that there's nothing left out, that everything is in there. And then number 3 says constituting the majority. Constituting means making up or creating the majority. A constitution is the creation of either a nation or a society or a government or a state. And usually it's a state or a federal constitution. So major, that's major as an adjective. And then here, a major offense in law is an offense including or implying a less offense as robbery by housebreaking. So major and minor are opposed to one another, but sovereign and major are not. And that's, again, a sovereign cannot be the authorized representative of a dead corpse, because that would be putting a sovereign, skipping over the major and going to a minor. You can't do that. That's out of order. Even according to unum sanctum, that's out of order. It's out of order. Let's look at the word major as a noun. Major. So whenever in the previous era, those persons would get on the news and talk about minorities, and there was a, statistically, minorities are underfunded and undereducated, and we have to help them. That was someone pretending to be an elder, pretending to be an adult, or a chief officer, pretending to be greater, a superior. Well, if we were acting as if we were black and Negro and colored, and then they hired James Brown to go ahead and say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. That was all by design. They willed that you remain a minor. And then it says, in education, the special branch of learning which is selected by a candidate for a degree. A person specializing in a specified subject. So now you're talking about species or a specific kind. In law, a person having arrived at his majority or full legal age. And look at this. In music, a major key. It's a key. It's major. It is huge. Knowing that you are the majority and not a minor. That's huge. to have it stated that you've reached full legal age, all that means is that your person has full enjoyment of the estate. Minors cannot have full enjoyment of the estate. They can't. They're not responsible enough. They're not competent enough. Major, to follow a course of study with a certain subject or branch of subjects as a major. That describes a minor, actually. So, as the majority, we have been demonstrating study. We were majors all along, but we were demonstrating a course of study with a certain subject, which is the minor. We followed the minor and looked at the minor and enacted being the minor to see how that works. We've always been the major. Majorat or majore, majora, to make greater, to increase. So now you're talking about the root word being major and what that really means about the estate, because we're always supposed to be increasing the estate and making it greater. Look at number 1 here for majora. In some continental countries of Europe, the right of succession to property according to age. In other words, you cannot even have the title to property unless you are a full majority. And number 2, formerly in France, property attaching to a title and descending with it. In other words, you can't have property unless you have earned your title. And we've always stated nobility is earned, it is not assumed. You might look like one of the heirs, but until full legal age is demonstrated by your person, not by you, because you're the fiduciary for the person. Majoration, increase and enlargement. As you can see here, though, in the Latin and in the law, being a major is directly attached to property is attached to being of full legal age. And then here's a couple of other words. And I should have this. There's a definition here. Something about works were a necessary result of Christian faith and were therefore essential to salvation. I should have picked up that one. But majority, the noun, here it is. Greater, great. The greater part or larger number, more than half, as a majority of votes in Congress, opposed to minority. Then they start talking about votes. And then number 4 says, the full legal age at which one is legally no longer a minor. And they say and they use this as an example of reaching the age of majority at 21. Number 5, the military rank or opposition or position of a major. The state, quality, or fact of being greater, superiority. Number 7 sealed the deal for me. Ancestors, ancestry. Major. Ancestors or ancestry. And then number 7, they put something under here which is obsolete. It says to join the great majority is to die. In other words, they're saying you become a spiritual ancestor because the ancestors are the majority. But we don't have to die in order for that to happen. Why? Well, first and foremost, we live forever. And number two, we've always been the majority. So the purpose of all of our study and all of the demonstrations that we've been doing is in order to demonstrate that we are the majority, that our person is of full legal age. But see, we can't do that in someone else's system. You will forever be a minor in an enacted system that was not made by you for you. There are a few Moors who got really close to being considered a full legal age in that previous system. Those such as Oprah Winfrey, and there's a few others who, when you look at them, you would think that they were a full legal age because of what they did. So, but they weren't. They were still considered minors, so they had to have accountants and quote-unquote accountants and quote-unquote lawyers and others acting as the law and as thinkers to work for them. The source of these definitions is a Webster's unabridged 1828 dictionary. That's where these definitions came from. But you can look them up in Black's Law Dictionary as well. What a minor is, and what the majority is, and what the minority is. So in the previous era, whenever someone would get on the news and show a bunch of us and say minorities, this, that, and the third, and heart disease and all of that stuff, and if no one rebutted it, on the public record, then, strange and weird as it sounds, heart disease became rampant in the enactment in our communities because no one said otherwise by court action. But see, now we definitely we've stated some things on the public record. That's why it was so important. Some might say, oh, all that paper doesn't work. Oh, yes, it does. Those are spells. Those are spells being cast and broken over our nation. So now Pauline Denise Ritchie is a major, the one that's presented on my driver's license. She's a major. That's why her way was easy. Her burden was light. There was really no burden, really, none. Her way was easy. And no one listened. The matrix, the universe knows. The universe knows. And going through transportation safety, which we know we're transportation safety and all others are subjects in the Office of Transportation Safety, even going through that, no problems at all. None. None whatsoever. It was interesting because at one point, because we had our turbans on going to Atlanta, and as we were going through, one of the subjects in the Office of Transportation Safety, she looked at the turban and she said, well, I don't think I should touch your turban, but can you just touch your turban? And she said, search or check your turban. And so I just did like this. And that was good enough. It was interesting, that whole experience. But she knew not to disturb the turban because it is holy. It's holy. So Are there any questions, comments, wisdom about the difference between a minor and minorities and the major and the majority? We are the majority. Are there any questions, comments, wisdom regarding that? You can feel free to star 6.
Islam.
Islam?
Can you hear me? I don't know if I can be heard.
Empress, we can hear you.
Okay, Empress Shasha, and I'm hearing, I don't know how to make this work. Hold on one second. I'm on my phone, but anyway, the thing that strikes me listening to all of that is the music.
Yes.
In music, there's major and minor, and there's a different sound to major and minor.
Yeah.
Major, well, it sounds, it's positive, it's powerful, it's they're standing, and with the minor, the third of the chord is diminished. And so, of course, there's a weakening there because 3 is such a powerful number. And then you mentioned diminished also. I'm not seeing on the screen, so I'm just going by what I'm hearing. But a diminished chord, you have a flattened third and a flattened 5th. So even in music, that there's an off balance.
Yeah.
So when we're minor, we can't be justice. We can't be, we are off balance. And so that's just the piece I am adding in there. Yeah. So I yield.
Empress, I find it interesting that the minor chords are often called flat and the major chords are often called sharp.
Well, it's not that, but what it is, because a chord could be, you could be in C sharp or you could be in F sharp, but in a chord you have 3 notes. Yeah. You have the root, you have the third and the 5th. And in order for it to be minor, there has to be a flattened. Yeah. And so that's where the flattened part is, because it could be a B flat minor, so you're having flattened chords, but the third, that tri note is flattened. It's disabled. Yeah. It's incompetent.
Yes.
And again, as you said, with the diminished, which is doubly flattened, so 2 of the notes in the chord are disabled, not unstable. So basically, that's it. I mean, it's an unstable state, which means it's not a state. So anyway, I yield.
Yeah. Interesting. So interesting.
Now, can I hear?
And then they had us checking the box on the census about being black and minors and minorities and all of that. They didn't even have to do the work. We were doing it for them in the enactment.
Well, Islam, I was going to say, all of this happens by consent because they actually really don't have any power. So they have to get us to consent.
Yes. Yes. And all we have to do is not do that.
Exactly. Exactly.
When as I was going, thank you, Empress Shasha. As I was going through the different, checkpoints and things, and speaking with the different ones, it occurred to me as I was doing all of that even the system will recognize the major as being the major. Even the system will do that. A major cannot be denied because
the frequency.
Yes, and competence and peacefulness and all of that. The document fit the system, but it was created by us.
It's in the sensing. It's in the sensing.
Yes.
You know, if I may, as I'm listening to you, it's confident. You know, the majority is confident, and there is something when you even observe someone with confidence, or you even moving with confidence yourself, there's a different state of being, and that is seen and experienced and felt by others, by the energy, by the system, which is the energy.
Yeah. You know, even while I was doing that, something within me, I felt peace, and I wasn't expecting anything other than what actually happened. Ease. Just ease. Yeah. Ease.
And the opposite of ease is dis-ease.
Yes. Yes. But everything went well. You know, even as I was doing that and just thinking about what we're really doing, I thought about what Martin Luther King said about, you know, he was trying to obtain, quote unquote, civil rights into the dead system. And he didn't realize that until the end came for him. The difference between what he did and what we're doing is we've created our own system. Right. See, we can exercise rights, civil rights for our person in a living system without encumbrance or worry. Because our sovereign status is always apparent and clear. Always apparent and clear. Because we create everything. You know?
Islam, and ultimately what Martin Luther King was still in the system. He was attempting to, as you state, do what we are doing, but he was still encased and encumbered by the system.
Yes. He was trying to fit into a system when he was actually supposed to create his own. But we mentioned earlier about him and how when he first started doing what he was doing, the energies in the universe was trying to tell him something, because even the first time when he got stabbed, he was stabbed with a letter opener. A letter opener. They were trying to say it's about the letters.
Yes.
Like our fiduciary document says, we own and command all letters, numbers, sounds, signs, sigils, all of that, because we created them right on that document.
Yeah.
And it was a matriarch, a sleeping matriarch, that actually did that, committed that against him, trying to tell him. They said she was, you know, insane or whatever, but whatever the case may be, the universe was trying to say, you must create your own letters. You can't use theirs. And at the time that he was attacked with the letter opener, he was autographing in black ink his newest book. So he was giving away his signature.
Wow.
In a system that's, no, because that's what it's about. It's about what is the system saying about the signature? Does the nature of the signature match the nature of the system?
And isn't it interesting? He had authored a book.
Yes.
He was the author of the book. He was the authority over the book, the signature, and everything else, but he was in that system.
Yes. And you know what he published with them? He took money from them to get his book published.
So it was all fiat.
It was all fiat driven. All fiat driven.
And wow. Mm-hmm.
And then what happened after he was assassinated? They used his assassination to get the signatures of millions of other Moors, sleeping Moors. They said, let's have everyone sign a petition to make his birthday a holiday. And guess who lined up in droves to give their name away?
I was thinking about those things that are done where that system, the other side, they destroy the profit, and then they come back and you just made it so clear as to why they even do that, to get the signatures and make them heroes and holidays and get their own people to consent to staying minors and in the belief that they've been given something.
Islam.
They could have made it they could have honored his born day without giving their name away.
Exactly.
And then shortly after that, the 1971 happened, where they supposedly removed the gold standard because they already had the names of the people by their own consent, and they told them, we're going to send all these signatures to Washington D.C. so we can make this a law. All they did was sell themselves up the river.
Isn't that the truth?
Yes. Justice Tonis.
Yes. Isn't the origin of the Civil Rights Act the Indian Removal Act?
That's one of the origins. That's one of the origins. There are several. There are several.
So nothing has changed. They just changed their tactics.
That's it. But all we had to do was wake up and demonstrate and do what we're doing. And no tactic can beat that. But we see that now they're confessing that they're minorities. They're confessing. They're in status. They're doing what they're supposed to do. And our job is to continue to demonstrate our status and keep moving forward in the enforcement of delarium and gold and silver and banking and all of that. I mean, even with the banks trading, hey, we are who we are. We're demonstrating. We're going to keep doing that. We're going to be ourselves. Yeep. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom regarding anything that we've spoken about thus far?
Islam. I would, this is off topic, I would like a copy of the United States Security Change Mission. Where can I find that?
Let's see. Change mission. I've not linked under the video. You know, Empress, you could create one for yourself.
Create one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we showed it in the video.
Yes, you did, and I read it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Islam.
You're welcome. Those who are going to demonstrate that document, create one for yourselves. And because, see, our strength is in our numbers. The more of us that put a law on the public record in any way, shape, form, or fashion, it's going to do what it's meant to do. and then the universe will conspire and inspire to manifest what we stated.
Islam,
Empress.
I just want to ask, what was the name of that document again?
Empress Cynthia, what's the name of the document again?
Yes, your hands are full. United States Security Change Mission.
Yeah.
Islam.
Okay. And I have another question. What about the electronic money interchange command? Is there like a document for that as well that can be searched, or?
It's in the 40 documents, so it's the interchange command is linked under each one of the videos. You just have to look among the 40 documents and you'll find that document there.
Perfect. Then I have another question as it relates to the travel, and I think that's what we're calling it. So, for example, the way things happened and transpired for you, there was a consort there to where you could exchange, the dolarium or whatever for the fiat to get the travel tickets or whatever. Now
let me just clarify that he didn't change it into fiat. It was in ones and zeros in the computer, so he just did it by computer.
Okay, got it. Yeah. So now, what if I'll use myself as an example. I have no one. It's just me. So now how would I go about purchasing a travel ticket? So am I going to have to find a travel agent?
No, you don't. Our suggestion for everyone is to put the documents forward to whatever bank account you use to make that a legacy account first and foremost, so that you can start making the changes to that account. Because the legacy accounts are going to be the only ones that will be able to do changes and make exchanges coming up here shortly.
And that's really, the legacy account is really, shall I say, where we are banking or where we were banking in the previous era.
It is the restatement of that.
Perfect. Okay.
So as we move forward, there are going to be more changes made, and our instruments, our merchant cards, our checks, our dolarium, and all of that, we're now moving to make it fungible and usable everywhere, all at once. Instead of taking it, one thing at a time, we'll be able to use all of it at any time. That's the next thing that we're doing. That's the next thing that we're doing. So that way, when it comes to buying plane tickets and doing things like that, booking hotels and things of that nature, we'll be able to do it right from our accounts.
Perfect. What about passports and the right to travel? So if we, is that the same thing? So right to travel, is that the same thing as having a driver's license?
No. So a driver's license is for driving, which is different from travel. Driving is commercial. Travel is the national ID card. So your nationality identification card is that. Let me just answer that question with a bit of law.
Okay.
So when we go to the U.S. Department of Justice website, And here we'll put this link in the chat so that you can look at it. And we look at 1508, Article 1508, specifically mentioned identification documents, which are 18 United States Code 1028. What it says here is that these three documents that are mentioned below, so it says these three documents, in the absence of a national identity card, are the prime means by which an individual establishes his identity in the United States. The three documents are birth certificate, driver's license, personal identification card. Okay? So where passports are concerned, and it actually brings up passports down here a little further. Let's see. Where passports are concerned, even a passport is in the absence of a national identity card. Okay. However, our government is going to do the same thing with the passports as we did with the driver's license. We're going to create our own. We as a Congress will have to agree on what that looks like, because now I know that there are Moors out there who have created passports and things of that nature. I will be completely transparent about that. All of the ones that were created, I would feel more comfortable starting from scratch, using the one that we have here as a guide, and then creating one the same way we did with the driver's license. Instead of, I think there's a couple that have come close to something that I would feel comfortable using. But any of the documents that I've always felt comfortable using, I had to create them myself. Because I can stand on my intent for that document. I can stand on what each word means in that document. So we are going to create a passport, but we'll do that when I'm sure it's going to become quickly for us to create it, to go overseas if we choose to do that. But we would feel comfortable traveling with our national ID and our driver's license even now, going to someplace else.
Islam. I have a question with regards to passport. Now, it's my understanding that a passport is for the movement of goods. So, coming from the sovereign place, why would it actually be necessary unless we were moving goods in a commercial capacity? If I'm traveling, I'm not moving goods because I'm traveling as a sovereign. So that's because the passport has my face on it. So I'm not good. So, there's that place where I'm still trying to comprehend, understand why we would really and truly need a passport.
Right. So when you talk about or when we all mention the movement of goods, the things that you take with you when you're going somewhere is actually good.
Those are the goods.
Those are the goods.
Right, and I get that, and I completely get that. However, then the passport ought to picture the goods. Not me, the sovereign, unless that's the vessel, which would then be... So the passport is really a privilege document for the vessel, the living vessel.
It's not a privilege, it's actually a right. And
but,
that's,
I mean, and I, yes, that,
it's a right. It's a right.
The passport, you see, and that, I mean, I'm looking, and what I'm seeing, and I see the difference, you know, traveling, and then a passport is for the transportation or the movement of goods, which is a right because it's sovereign. So this is why the passports that we create are sovereign passports and have nothing to do really and truly with the other from somewhere else and someone else. I think it's making sense a little better now.
Yeah, as you talk it out, Empress, just know that when we create it ourselves, it's going to mean exactly what it was intended to mean in the first place. I pulled up the word passport in Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition online. It says a document issued to a neutral merchant vessel by her own government during the progress of a war to be carried on the voyage to evidence her nationality and protect her against the cruisers of the belligerent powers. Well, I have a bit of a problem with that because we're not at war. And we are not trying to prove to anyone who we are in terms of that we're not at war. However, it says this paper is otherwise called a pass, a sea pass, a sea letter, a sea brief. It usually contains the captain's or master's name and residence, the name, property, description, tonnage, and destination of the ship, the nature and quantity of the cargo, the place from whence it comes and its destination, with such other matters as the practice of the place requires. So, in international law, a license or safe conduct issued during the progress of a war authorizing a person to remove himself or his effects from the territory of one of the belligerent nations to another country or to travel from country to country without arrest or detention on account of war. In American law, a special instrument intended for the protection of American vessels against the Barbary powers, usually called a Mediterranean pass. Also, a document addressed to foreign powers, which certifies that the person therein described is a citizen of the United States and which requests for him, while abroad, permission to come and go as well as lawful aid and protection. We're going to have to look at this really closely because none of this rings a bell for me. None of this is
Islam.
None of this is making.
Islam, if I may. What you're reading just now, it dawned on me that it's a document that's supposed to be made every single time you go. Like for every time you get up and decide to travel, let's say you wanted to go to Bermuda or Venezuela or wherever, you would have to create a separate document and not use one, like how they created in the past system where you have a book with several pages and they stamp it. Okay, now I just said a whole mouthful because when you look at the word stamp, you got to go into the Stamp Act and what that means, and that's a money term. And then when I remember traveling to Trinidad, they had a document you had to fill out before you got off the plane. You had to put where you were going, who you were staying with, a number if you had one, how long you was planning on being there, and then you had to turn that in to the people who were checking your passport and stamping it for you to go from the non-juris. Well, it was like in the floating jurisdiction before you could cross into the other jurisdiction. That's for the sake of Trinidad. So that document that you filled out on the plane in the air before you landed was essentially an affidavit because you had to sign it. And so you gave up a whole bunch of your own rights, and they also, from how I now understanding the whole thing, most likely they bonded you while you were there because, like I said, they stamp your book.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
And I'm hearing Empress Angel, and I'm hearing it was never your book. First, I mean these because they were given by a de facto jurisdiction.
Well, thank you for clarification. So I meant to say, well, for a correction for the record, the book, not your book, but for the sake of
and then sorry. Yeah, and when I listening to the description like that you read, I what I saw was waves, because of course from the get-go, no one has the right to issue, no other jurisdiction has the right to issue that or any document as you state, but that particular document to any sovereign, and within the description was multiple jurisdictions. So it's, I mean, I'm listening and I'm hearing in the description, but I'm also hearing that right off the bat we had no business taking it from them, and they had no business issuing it to us. And like you stated, it has to be dug into, pulled apart, and everything else. But nowhere in that description did I hear what I understood. The movement of goods. Although yes, it was in there, but I just, from what I'm hearing, and even what you stated, Empress Angel, it was immigration and customs. The forms that you fill out are immigration and customs, and those are documents giving you permission or not permission to move between their jurisdiction, between their corporate states, with the corporate document passbook that they gave to you. And within that, what I'm seeing is like the yellow star, or the any kind of passbook given to people whom have given up their sovereign right for privileges, even ignorantly, within a de facto system. I yield.
If I may, I'm listening to each comment and thinking about what I read as well. And what I get from Empress Angel's experience, as well as the definition, as well as what you were stating, Empress Shasha, the remedy for this is very simple to me. The remedy for the passport is a lien, a levy, and a bond, because Empress Angel mentioned that she was bonded while she was there. A lien, a levy, and a bond, along with our national identification and our federal driver's license. And then instructions, not instructions, but a manifest, a shipping manifest that says we are going here and there, just like any other ship or any other vessel or any other air travel document would say. A boarding pass tells you, where you're going, where you're going to be sitting, what time you're going to get there, where you're going to be arriving at, and when you're going to return. So it would look like a boarding pass. It would have, or not look like, but have the same information as a boarding pass. That would be our manifest. All travel must have a manifest, because we're manifesting ourselves somewhere. So, we would do, and that would be for travel anywhere at Earth, is we would have a manifest, a lien, levy, and bond, and maybe not even a lien and a levy, but just a manifest, a bond, and our identification.
Islam, that sounds, in that, and that sounds, yes, absolutely the right way to handle it. But in that, I also hear then the necessity for recreating or restating the passport is there's no necessity for that. At least that's what I'm hearing in your statement. But
it wouldn't be a passport, because they keep saying wartime, and I'm like, we're not at war. So
right.
So we can bypass all of the color of law and color of authority.
and that's where I hear that it wouldn't even, we lean it, levy, put it down, basically. And in my termination of all corporate contracts, I terminated that instrument also anyway.
Yes.
But I don't see the necessity I don't see the necessity myself, and I'm still overstanding, of course, for it even to be necessary to have a passport.
So the passport, I'm looking at the information that they're talking about. They say it usually, at first it has to be issued by her own government. So we already know we're going to be doing it. So let's look at the characteristics. The characteristics are evidence of nationality. So that's our national ID card would be a part of the process. The captain or master's name and residence. Okay, so it would be our appellation, and that we are, our nationality ID card would fill that bill, and then we would also put our person, which is why the driver's license would be a part of the process too, because then our person is now a part of the process, but our person is moored to our nationality, and then the name, property description, tonnage. Listen, do you all realize what they're really saying here? They're saying the captain or master's name and residence, that is a nationality card. Anytime you talk about a master, you're talking about the nationality. Then they're saying the master, the master's property has a name. So then that's going to be the driver's license. Because don't driver's licenses have height and weight on it? That's the tonnage. And then the manifest would have the destination of the ship, the nature and quantity of the cargo, the place from whence it comes, and its destination. The manifest would do that.
So is Islam. So what I'm hearing, and it's making so much sense. What I'm really hearing, the master is the sovereign.
Yes.
The vessel is the person. And the identification for each of those, the two of them make the passport. Actually, I mean, if and I put passport in inverted commas, there's nothing else required. There's the legal and the lawful right there.
Yes.
Other than the manifest, of course.
Other than the manifest. The manifest is like, it's both the boarding pass and the shipping manifest, the bill of lading, and the place of origin, place of arrival, and final destination. So the manifest would have that on it. It's like a boarding pass.
Right.
But when
That's the Trinity right there.
Yes. When you put your nationality ID card with a driver's license that we create, full legal enjoyment. I mean, that's what I felt the whole way. I got to my hotel room and I just cried with joy. Because I had willed to travel for years, but I was not going to do it if I had to compromise. I just wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to do it on any of their documents. I just wasn't. Because I know we don't have to.
Right.
We don't have to be someone who we're not. And then the instruments that we use in connection with that is, okay, those are instruments. But our person is going to be protected. Because if you can't get past personam jurisdiction, the rest of the stuff don't matter.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
And that was my thing is, you ain't getting past that. No one. And you know what? The ancestors knew that that's what we were doing, so they was like, doors wide open. Doors wide open, free access. I mean, it wouldn't even matter how you pay for it, because you still got to get past the person. So even though there some people, when they travel, they may use a fiat instrument or something, they have dominion over that too. It don't matter. You got to get past the person first to even get to all of that, to even discuss that. That's subject matter.
That
is subject matter. But personam jurisdiction is always first. Proper identification of the parties, that's where everything starts and stops. And that's the part that we were like, that.
Islam?
Islam.
The total discussion on the passport and all that was stated, so the levy and the bond, and I think that was, and the identification, but all of that is provided if you already have a passport. Is that correct? Because, no?
You don't have to have a passport to create those documents. And that's why the lien and the levy is the lien is part of the first 6 documents. You do a lien on the all caps name and all of that, so that thing is the decedent doesn't have a part in what you're doing. And then you just, with that, you would just add the national ID card, the national driver's license, which is good everywhere, and then a bond and a manifest. And the manifest is like a boarding pass.
So then we don't need a levy.
A levy is, you do need a levy, but see, again, lien, levy, and bond are things you do from the very beginning where that name is concerned.
Right. But as it relates to a passport, then it's not necessary to actually lien anything at that point.
Well, you should have already done it. You should have already liened the name and all of that. Lien, levy, and bonded your new name.
I think where I'm confused at is if there is actually a need for the passport. So then probably not if we have all these other items that we need.
Passport is a war document.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And we're not at war.
Islam. Okay.
And that's why when we sent all that stuff in, they inventoried it and took their person and sent the documents back saying, okay, now you know what to recreate or restate rather, and all of that.
I have one final question, and it's not relative to this, but do we have, or is there a video that's already out there on YouTube where or how to restate your bank account?
It's the same way you would restate anything else. Any documents that you use to get the account, you restate those documents and then send notification.
So then let's say, for example, I created this or signed the documents when I opened a bank account, then those documents I still should have, and then all I need to do is restate those documents.
Yeah. You need to restate those documents, and then what we did in order to get our account to do what it does is we sent the 40-something documents to include the fiduciary document. We sent all of that.
To the bank?
To the banking system, yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay, got it.
See, once those 40-something documents are done, you're just going to be pulling from your toolbox to get things done. That's it.
And that's really what I'm seeing now that I'm getting the majority of those documents done. I go back and say, okay, now which one do I need right here? Okay, I'm going to pull out this one, and I'm going to pull out these 3, and I'm going to send those, and let's see what's happening.
There it is.
Let's just operate.
There, that, tools.
That's it. That's it. All righty.
Empress Angel, did you put those in the chat? And what are they?
Islam, yes, I did. Those videos are the first one was unblocking bank account and providing funds. And the second one was opening a national bank. Treasury bond program starts January 1st, 1442.
Empress, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, Empress Amani, those links are the 2 videos there. So,
Islam.
Perfect. I am getting those right now to make sure that I have them and view those so I can move forward with the rest of what I've got to do.
Yeah.
And I am well on my way.
Empress, all we're doing is creating the cost to be the boss. That's it.
Yes, exactly. And I was speaking to myself earlier this week, and I was saying to myself, you got this, right? Because it's real easy for you, and I'm going to tell you why it's easy for you. And I'm having this conversation with myself, right? I'm going to tell you why this is easy, because remember back when you filed for your parents, remember all that research that you did? This is how you're doing.
That's it.
You're doing the same thing. Just pull in that information that you need, come in from here, come in from there. Now put it all in that one document and send it off. That's what you're doing.
That's it. That's it.
That's it. So you're doing law. You are law.
Period. Period. Period.
And I presented myself in court. I didn't need anybody else. I did the work.
And look what happened, Empress. You were successful.
I was. I didn't pay nobody to represent me. No, you're not representing me. I can speak for myself. I got it.
They don't have the knowledge to speak for you. They don't have the standing to speak for you.
They don't. So I'm like, I got this. I know what I'm doing now. I know what I'm doing. Yeah. We just gonna keep moving forward. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Empress.
Yes, Mom.
Your spirit within you is giving you all the answers.
Yes. Yes. Islam.
Islam, indeed. What I love about this is we can pretty much just do it. Just do it. Like the Nike commercial. Just do it. Yeah. Just keep going. That's it.
Islam,
Empress.
I missed most of the passport thing, but I just wanted to mention that I know it's de facto, but there's higher level passports, diplomatic passports that you can get through the post office. I guess, be your own postmaster and issue your own diplomatic passport. Do not detain passport.
So
it's like
I'll say this about that. Again, it says right here, issued by her own government.
Right. That's why I said, be the postmaster and issue your own.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which brings us right back to the things that we were saying about it, is your national ID, your driver's license, a bond, and, because you want to bond your travel, and a manifest. And your manifest can be put with a bond that you've already created for you. Boom. Done. And the manifest is the boarding pass. And see, when we create our documents, we stamp and seal them. And when anything that's put under our seal is the highest authority, let's prove that or add some support to that. We don't have to prove it, but let's add a little bit of information to that by looking up the word. Here, let's look it up here. We'll look up this word really quickly. Let's see. I don't know if you all have the same issue, but whenever I'm looking for a word in a dictionary, it could be a Black's Law dictionary or it could be any other dictionary, I always end up looking at 30 other words before I get to the word that I'm looking for. But let's look here. Here's the word. Seal. So when you put something under seal, here, let's make sure we have the right. A particular sign made to attest in the most formal manner. In the most formal manner, the execution of an instrument. Merlin defines a seal to be a plate of metal with a flat surface on which is, and for us is embossed, not engraved. We don't engrave, we emboss. The arms of a prince or nation or a private individual or other device with which an impression may be made on wax or other substance on paper or parchment in order to authenticate them. So the authentication process happens when we seal our document. So your passport would actually be your nationality ID card with your driver's license, and then when you seal and stamp the manifest and the bond, then you've authenticated them. Okay? So many times people have talked about authenticating a birth certificate and all of that. You can't authenticate something that was created in fraud. They can't name you. Your mother is not an informant, so why would you authenticate that when you can create a birth certificate? And here's the thing, we always have a matching birth affidavit to go with the birth certificate. Seals serve as an authentication of an instrument and also as the badge of a specialty. And we know the word specialty and species means the same thing. It must be the same nature. In other words, you cannot competently authenticate a birth certificate created by frauds. Those things that were created that we thought was a birth certificate, you can't authenticate that because it's not a badge of specialty. It's not the same species.
Islam?
Islam.
And you are not the author of that document.
Woo! There it is. Now that's truth. That's bringing the truth right on home. That's where the rubber meets the road on all of that stuff. You just don't know how amazing it felt to show those that I was showing my driver's license, my nationality ID card. It was just so amazing. I've never had a feeling so pure and so clear and clean as when I opened my wallet and just started putting those things on the table, merchant cards and things, everything created by us, and saying, this is how we roll. This is how we travel. And I mean, they were just amazed because some of the people that I was talking to their movement has been encumbered and stopped because their driver's license was suspended for child support payments and things of that nature. Well, sovereigns are competent to support their heirs, so that's human trafficking, that whole child support piece. So again, when you're talking about a seal, a common seal, a seal adopted, not created, whenever you see the word adopted, you're always going to know that that's something that you don't use. We don't adopt, we create. Just like when you look at the public laws, they'll say this law was adopted in whatever from this place or that place. A seal adopted and used by a corporation for authenticating its corporate acts and executing legal instruments. A corporate seal, the official or common seal of an incorporated company or association. The Great Seal. In English law, a seal by virtue of which a great part of the royal authority is exercised. The office of the Lord Chancellor or Lord Keeper is created by the delivery of the Great Seal into his custody. There is one Great Seal for all public acts of state which concern the United Kingdom. In American law, the United States and also each of the states has and uses a seal, always carefully described by law and sometimes officially called the Great Seal, though in some instances known simply as the Seal of the United States or the Seal of the state. So here, Moors, you have the seal in your custody. You have the Great Seal in your custody. The greatest seal is going to be your right red thumbprint. But then when you have an embosser, something like, an embosser, a metal embosser that you use to create, your artwork was created, you created the artwork and had it made, then the Great Seal is in your custody. And you are the Lord. So praise the Lord and all of that. So, yes, Chief Justice Nawe put in the chat, identity, evidence, sameness. The fact that a subject, person, or thing before a court is the same as it is represented, claimed, or charged to be. And we would clarify that a little more too. And she said, seal is national identity. Of course, indeed, yes, Islam. To the noble who asked the question about whether you should make a stamp to stamp your documents, we would encourage you to do that. We would encourage all Moors to have a stamp created, and for those Moors who will to be one with us in what they're doing, or for those nations, tribes, states, clans, governments, and individual sovereigns who will to be one with us and use our stamps in addition to any other stamps. Our stamps are under some of our videos, so you'll have to go down through the videos at Like Tajiri Bay channel. Some of the older videos have our government stamp and seal under there that we use for everything. And you are the sovereigns are welcome to use those stamps and seals.
So those Islam, those stamps and seals that are at the bottom of our documents, I was attempting to have one of those embossed. However, they were unable to actually emboss it because of all the coloring.
That's a lie they tell. To see if you will go ahead and command that it be done. Sometimes they say, oh, the letters are too small, or they give some excuse about any of that. They don't even use colors in embossment.
See, that's what I was thinking. And when you do an embossment, you're not really looking at the colors.
Nope. They were just testing you.
I'm going to go right back to them.
Yeah. Just tell them peacefully, just make it anyway. Make it.
That's exactly what I was going to tell them. Go ahead and make it and I'll just use my excuse. I can't take the colors out or change the colors. So can you just make an emboss because you're not going to use the colors anyway?
Yeah.
How about that part?
Yeah. Yeah. I would just tell them, just go ahead and make it.
Just make it, yeah. So don't worry about if it looks flawed or anything like that. Just make it. It's just going to be an emboss anyway.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to look at those colors. The colors are not there.
Right. Just make it.
All right. Yeah. Got it. Islam.
Islam. Justice Maurice.
Islam.
It is nice to hear your voice after all this time.
Indeed. But I was willing to express that you go on Office Depot platform and create your own embosser, and you're able to drag the seal on the in the area, upload the seal in the area, and it will produce it for you, because I have one myself, and it works perfect.
Yeah.
And they mailed it to me within a few days.
Yeah. Also, if you go, for those who will to use the stamps and seals that we have, you can just go to Light Tajiri Bay channel, like what's on the screen, and go click on any of the older videos that we have there on that page. And in the description, there is going to be here, for example, this video. Here is the link to the de jure Moorish National Republic Federal Government seal. So you'll just click this link for our government seal, and our government seal will come up, and you just use that as your artwork for your embosser. And it's going to look like this right here. Let's see.
Indeed.
Pop up on the screen.
Download it.
No thanks. Yes, this right here. And then your seal you will have the same seal that we use for everything. And you just have them to create an embosser from this seal right here.
And Islam, I want to say one more thing. I have noticed through my studies and that majority of the entities of banks are on record now as state charter, natural person, financial facilities, and yeah.
They get in alignment and accordance very quickly.
Oh yeah, they had a big banner showing that they was NPCU, which it was a natural person credit union.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff moved pretty fast, boy. And I don't even have to mail it. It's all email, and they be like click clack. Hey, I be like ooh. Ooh.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah. It's good to hear your voice, Nobility.
Right. Indeed.
So, are you still at Alabama territory, Nobility?
Indeed.
Oh yeah, we coming that way too, because my part of my clan is at Montgomery.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. But that's just 2 hours away from me. I'm northeast territory.
Okay. We'll definitely let you know when we come that way. In fact,
I like to definitely meet and greet without a doubt.
yes, indeed. We are happy to do that at all the territories. We're happy to meet and greet with the heirs. So as we begin to travel more, we're going to be letting everyone know where we're going to be, so we can all come together wherever, as close as we can get. Islam.
Good Brother Maurice, if you would, what was the source of that embosser that you were talking about?
Office Depot is the entity that is, and they allow you. In my area, they won't even deal with you. They want you to go on the internet. They want you to go in the system, pretty much. And it's free once you figure out how to use it. You be like, wow! But it's the 2-inch embosser, and it's custom embosser, and it'd be easy. It's real simple, and you can pick which, as she's showing you, which seal. And at this point, we have access to all of them, because you can crop and save and create, however you choose. I'm talking about it's open. It's definitely open. As they say, you get the keys. It's forced issue for all doors to be open.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed.
Thank you, brother.
So, to the sovereign, I have a scripture about you, because you know there's no Lord and no God but the sovereigns, and I know some people might have a problem with that, but that is our truth. 1 Chronicles 29, 11, 12, and 14. Yours is the greatness and power and glory and majesty and splendor, for everything in heaven and earth is yours. Ours. Ours is the kingdom. And we say, whenever we see the word kingdom, we just say empire. You are exalted as head over all. Now, have we not been telling you this? Yes, we have. That we are the heads for everything. Wealth and honor come from us, all of us. We are the ruler for all things. In our hands are strength and power to exalt and give strength to all. And then verse 14, everything comes from us, and the subjects and the system has given only what comes from us. So the system is giving back to us that which came from us in the first place. Period. Now, one final
Islam reaffirms.
Indeed, Empress. Thank you. One note as we move closer to adjournment for today's Congress, I saw this story, this enactment in the news media, where it is saying that Republican group, quote unquote, cites notorious Dred Scott ruling as reason Kamala Harris cannot be president. And we know that we're the president. Can anyone, based on your study, explain why they would be saying that and referencing Dred Scott? Can anyone, based on your study, explain why they would be saying that?
Empress, is it because I think it's because they ruled against Dred Scott being a citizen.
Yes, because he was claiming to be black, a citizen, instead of being a national.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And he was doing it in a U.S. and not the real not on the land.
Okay.
Now, the question is, who else does that apply to?
All other people that do not claim their nationality, especially the people of melanated bloodline.
Yes, indeed. Now we know why it was such a big deal to have someone claiming to be black running for president. Blacks can't be president. Blacks cannot be president.
Islam. That's why Obama said he wasn't black. Islam.
Yeah. He didn't say he was. Look. He didn't say he was white either, though.
Well, he said he was Kenyan. He claimed his nationality.
And Kenyan is not even his nationality. It's not. His nationality is modern European because his mother gave him his nationality, not his father. He was claiming Kenyan on his father's side because that was a patriarchal enactment. The last era was all patriarchal. Why? Because Our sons gave everybody their identity in the previous era. This era is not that. And here's the thing. No era has ever been that, really. Nationality is granted by mother. So he claimed that and he got away with that in the previous era because it was a patriarchal era in that enactment. Nationality comes from mother. And we have to be okay with that because it's the truth and that is how we proceed. It's the law.
So then with Kamala Harris being who she is, she can't be president. I shouldn't be president.
Well, is that a real office coming from a U.S. No.
No, it's not a real office.
It is not. That's not the real United States.
According to the U.S. Constitution, a woman cannot be president because the presidency was set up for a male. Everything refers to he, him, he, him in the Constitution. Islam.
Well, would that be in the Constitution of the United States instead of the Constitution for the United States? There's a difference in those two.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. We didn't write any Constitution of the United States. We didn't write that. That was a draft, a suggested draft by the subjects according to the Declaration of Independence. But when we stated our own Constitution, our Constitution is pure and unadulterated and clear. And here's the thing, with our Constitution, none of them can be president because we are already the presidents. That's part of the 40-something documents, y'all. That's part of the 40-something documents. We are called the elect, not electors, not electorate, not those who are to be elected. We are the elect. That means we state that we self appoint because we self-govern. How powerful are we? How powerful are we? Very. All powerful.
All powerful.
All, yes. Now, I'm going to add just a little bit to this, just for us to think about, because remember the question, what's in a name? Whenever they put people up, you have to look at their name, and then those who have higher degrees above the 33rd level will know what's really being said by the name. Cam or come or came Allah. Heiress. Not her, you. Came Allah, heiress. You. Matriarch. Allah has come and she is an heiress. You. It's a hint. All by design. All by design. So, with that being stated, we've stated this law before, but we will to make it even more clear. All 501c3 churches, mosques, temples, and all other must display a true image of the Christ in order to be legally funded or legally operational. Some may or may not agree with that. It is the law. The Christ must be displayed properly. Remember when they all, because see, back in the 1950s and 60s, every quote unquote church had to have an enacted photo of someone pretending to be a Christ that did not look like the real Christ. So we will that truth be told and that truth be properly stated. This is a recent photo in Poland. Uh-oh, didn't mean to do that, Empress Shasha. So with that being stated, again, funding and operational ability is directly connected to truth on the land. Truth. We have dominion over landways, airways, and waterways. We have overcome by our own living blood, our birth, and by our testaments. We have proven that we have dominion over the landways by way of our driver's licenses, over the airways by way of our travel on our own documents and our own terms and by our own law. And we have dominion over the waterways, as we have already previously stated, by doing commerce using our own instruments and our own money. We've been doing that. We all of our donations that we have accepted thus far has been in either gold, silver, or more sovereign dollarium, and we prefer more sovereign dollarium. So at this time, we have nothing further for this particular Congress. Is there any other statements, wisdom from any of the heirs? Islam nobility.
Would there happen to be any more among us with any information concerning the plate that may be attached to our conveyance or the creation thereof?
What information specifically are you referring to, nobility? Is it the design and how it should be made, or where you can get one, or
all of the above?
So, is there anyone who wills to respond to his request, his statement, his question regarding the plate and what the design should look like and how it should be made? We know how we do ours and how we will for ours to be stated. Of course, it's going to be just the same process as we did with the driver's license. We look at the characteristics of a license plate, look at the characteristics of the ones that they've been creating in the previous era. You know, what is it that makes it legal? Okay. And when we look at whatever it is that makes that license plate for the car legal, then we restate all of that and then create one. We know that there must be a complete circle regarding proper recordation for the vehicle, for the automobile or the vehicle, in order for the plate to be recognized by the system. The car must be properly recorded. The whoever it is that's driving must be properly recorded, or traveling. And travel is really by foot, to be honest with you. People don't realize that, but travel is by foot. Driving is by automobile or carriage or vehicle or something of that nature, or motor coach. So just look at the characteristics of a driver's license and then recreate that, but make sure that everything that is attached to is properly recorded. So that means that the VIN number for the vehicle must be restated properly and proper notification sent out. That means that the manufacturer's certificate for origin must be properly restated and then sent out. Then there must be an 8.5 by 14 title to that must be properly stated and sent out, or not sent out, but the certificate for registration, and we say certificate for recordation, must have a statement in it that says that title to that conveyance is in the possession of the driver and the owner for the vehicle, because the location of the title must be referenced in the certificate for recordation or registration. And then just look at a regular old registration enactment that they did from the previous era and make yours look very similar to that. So everything has to be restated, and you must have a driver's license. For an automobile, you must have a driver's license. If you have a horse-drawn carriage like the Amish, then you don't need one. But for an automobile that has parts that came by way of a legal commercial system, you must have a driver's license that you create. It can't be one of theirs. And that's why tags keep getting taken. People keep getting their tags taken and conveyances collected up, because they've not finished, they've not closed that circle on recordation of that whole thing from start to finish, to include insurance. They've always asked for proof of insurance. They don't care whether you have insurance or not. You just better have some proof. Well, proof comes by way of a court. So then you must prove insurance, which is easy to do. It's paper. It's documents. It's insurance. It's a indemnis facier on 8.5 by 14, and then you print out an insurance card or document matching that indemnis facier. So the information must match. The indemnis facier is written in our national language on 8.5 by 14 Moorish government letterhead, and then you have a card or an insurance document that says this is insured, and it can be put in a trust, or it can be, a public vehicle, depending on what you're doing. So those tags are good. Just look at the process. It's easy to create, and you can even create a tag with paper. However, all of that other stuff must be in place. You can't have Moorish tags, but a corporate fake driver's license done by frauds, or insurance done by frauds, or actors rather. Everything, the loop must be complete so that you don't get your stuff taken.
Islam,
Empress.
they can actually, if I'm thinking correctly, they can actually create that tag for you, your vehicle tag, correct?
Who can create it?
Tell them, which is the so-called motor vehicle place where you can where you can request a certain designed plate. Is that something that can be done?
So if you don't mind them governing it and them being able to pull you over at will, then you can do that.
Well, not necessarily that. Well, what I was thinking, let them create it, the design, because you're just going to pay for it.
With what and why?
I'm just trying to figure out.
And again, Empress, some people feel like they have to do that until they can do better. All well and good, but at the beginning and end of the day, the things that we neglect to do, yeah, you can get somebody else to do it, but they're going to govern their process because you have to use their process to get their stuff.
Okay.
And it's really not even their stuff, it's our stuff. But we have to create the conveyance method by which our stuff comes to us. No, we don't want actors in police uniforms pulling us over and throwing us in jail. We don't want that. We don't will that be the case. So we must properly identify both ourselves and our property.
So then the process would be what you just stated, which is to restate everything, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
So we're restating everything, and I guess I'm still trying to figure out, even after we've restated everything, how do we personalize the plate? Because I know that we can, kind of do some artwork and kind of, put it over what's already there, and to make sure it's protected.
You would really will to start from the very beginning and create it how you will.
But the actual making of the plate, we don't have the.
Who says that it can't be a laminated piece of paper? Who says that?
Oh, okay. Then we'll just,
again,
because I think I've seen it done that way. It
has been.
Right, laminate and just make sure it's covered, so from the elements, and it's there.
Yeah.
And
Islam, Empress.
They do have a paper that's like waterproof paper. That could be used rather than just lamination. However, for me, my temporary solution, I had made contact with a maroon group, and there's a sister in there that I had made contact with, that she has someone who makes the plates. So we kind of collaborated what I wanted the plate to say, and the design and all. And that's what I've been rocking with now since about like April.
So let's look. You can have them made anywhere, from what I'm seeing here. Etsy, Build a Sign, Amazon, Cafe Press. So you could design them how you will to design them. Custom license plates on Amazon, Etsy, Walmart, other places.
Can I say something on that?
Sure, Empress.
Okay, so I did order a plate from someone on Etsy, stating everything that I wanted, the moorishe design, the flag and all that. And they sent me back something that I did not order, with like a jackass on there saying some craziness. Yeah, so I went another direction.
So again, Empress, in light of that, I'll go back to what I stated about the driver's license and all of the things that we've done so far. I can stand on what I create. So why can't we put a cover over it, make sure it's the right size, make sure it says all the right things and has all the right information according to the license plate the characteristics of a legal license plate. So let me just look at that. Let's see, characteristics of a legal license of license plates. License plates consist of alpha and or numeric characters and are displayed on motor vehicles to allow for quick and efficient methods of identifying the motor vehicle and motor vehicle registrant. Let me see if they have anything else that they've put there. License plates, let's see, license plates should be, and here, this is what I'm talking about. It says here, license plates should be designed to optimize legibility to the human eye and for license plate readers. The ability of motor vehicle agency employees, law enforcement, and citizens to easily identify a license plate number is fundamental to accurate vehicle registration, data creation, maintenance, and retrieval. And again, we're not concerned too much about them knowing who we are as much as we are about us knowing who we are. Let's see, issuance license plate programs are an integral part. Updated the License Plate Standard Edition 3, which provides requirements for producing license plates that enhance accurate license plate identification while allowing flexibility in design. So this is what I would do. Click on this and look at what is being said here about the standard for license plates. And then I would create mine according to, I would get as close as possible, and we know that they're going to put some colorability in there. We just have to know how to vet that, how to vet the colorability. So let me put the link to this in the chat because this is a good document right here.
Islam, Empress Tajiri.
Is Islam nobility?
Yes. Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, nobility.
Okay. Instead of everyone, having different opinions about this license plate, and one more is it want to do it a specific type of way and this one that type of way. Why, I think it would be better if, we as Moors will get together and discuss this further and try to make like a final determination of a permanent plate that would serve for every Moors.
Of course. Well, this is the start of that. That's why we're putting the link here so that everyone can read the standards. It's a 46-page document. We can look at the standards and then decide how we want to make it look. We do will that the standard be across the board, so that we're all doing the same thing and speaking with one voice. Auditing and accountability, verification program. Just read through this and then come up. Here it is. Look, this is most important. Issuing jurisdiction. Now, to me, we can skip all the other stuff and look right at that, and I can guarantee you we'll come up with something that the system recognizes. Because, again, we're not even concerned about fakes and actors and all of that. All we will is that the system recognize what we're doing because it's our system.
Right. Because the reason for that, you see, Empress, is if we would use that internationally across the board. Now, bear in mind that every country has different rules and regulations with their government that, we have to undergo. And most of these actors, so-called police officers, they're not educated whatsoever. And when they stop you on the road and you try to show them law, they're so ignorant that some of them will even shoot you. I've seen it happen.
No, and we have the answer to that. We have the remedy so that none of that happens.
Right.
We have the
remedy. Yeah, we want to create something that would be recognized internationally.
Well, and nobility.
I'm
I see what you're saying. I agree with you 100%. Here's the thing. All we have to do is look at this book right here that we just put the link to it in there.
Right.
When we look at this book and then we design our plates according to this book for the most part, and we have the authority to change and edit according to our will, then it's going to be like my driver's license.
Right.
No matter where I went, everybody recognized it because it fit into the system.
Right.
They are taught to look for 3 or 4 things on a driver's license, and it's not a barcode either. If you have to have a photo, you have to have a signature, you have to have an address, and you have to have an expiration or renewal date. They were looking for those things. And once they saw those things, shoot, free movement. Right. It's going to be the same thing with the plates. It's going to be the exact same thing with the plates.
Islam
nobility. Empress.
Yes. Well, just to get to the point of the matter, 2.1, issuing jurisdiction. It states, as it reads, the name of the issuing jurisdiction is readable and appears in the top center location between the bolt holes of the license plate. The full jurisdiction name is displayed to avoid confusion between jurisdictions with similar postal abbreviations.
That's why we don't use abbreviations, see?
Right? But still further, because it says to avoid confusion between jurisdictions, so that means they know that there's multiple jurisdictions.
Yes.
And so, the jurisdiction name is placed at least 0.25 inches above the license plate number and at least 0.125 inches from the top edge of the plate. Jurisdiction characters are no less than 0.75 inches and no more than 1 inch in height and width, with minimum of 0.10 inch. So it says right there, I was meditating on that when it was mentioned earlier. I mean, the symbol of our seal that we've been talking about getting embossed would be the image in the background, because if you look at every fiction fraud state plate, somewhere on it is the image of the state. Whether it was Florida, it would have the cutout image of what they have on a map is Florida, New York, Kentucky, and all that sort of stuff, right? But ours is the whole continent and all the adjoining islands. So we can just clear that up with our seal. And then the jurisdiction will be Moroccan jurisdiction.
Actually, it would be United States jurisdiction.
That's it, yes.
Because vehicles and things like that are commercial. They're commercial. So it would be United States. But again, all of our documents are more to the land by our national ID. And that goes right back to what we said earlier. What we said earlier is right here. Let me just bring this back up again because this is important for us to know. Civil rights do not exist without being directly governed by our sovereign rights. Sovereign rights, which is a nationality ID card, and it's not really even civil rights. Well, with our driver's license, it's still sovereign rights. But full legal age with our driver's license and our nationality ID card together, those together clarify jurisdiction. So again, for us, the jurisdiction is going to be our United States, not theirs. Remember that special purpose vehicle that we talked about when we created our United States? That's what it's going to be. It'll be United States jurisdiction. And then when you start looking at the title to the car, the conveyance, the automobile. The title, the actual title, not the certificate for recordation, which they were calling a registration. We're talking about the actual title to it is going to say the Moroccan Empire. Allodial titles to everything say Moroccan Empire, the Great Empire, because those things, actual title is done on our Moroccan Empire 8.5 by 14 paperwork by court action. So that's where the Moroccan Empire, all that we do is attached to the Moroccan Empire. It's that United States, not a dead one. So that's a great point, Empress, even regarding that. This is it right here, Empress Angel. What you brought up here. This is all we need to really look at.
And guess what page it is on? 9. So 9 is the page we have to concern ourselves with, really.
Yes, we may read, because I tend to read through the other stuff, but this is the page right here. This is where the rubber meets the road. And this is where there will be no war, no confusion, none of that. This is all we have to do. Islam, Empress.
I'm on the phone, so I can't see the document. Is it possible to just tell me the title of it and I can search for it, or maybe Empress Angel can email me the link, but I can't see, so.
Yes, I'll email it, Empress.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right.
Empress Angel, we just love you. Thank you so much, because she just is on point with the links. I love it. It keeps us from having to search through hundreds of things.
She is.
Yeah. Islam. So let's look at this. Since it came up, I know that there are no mistakes. Let's look at this, because I know it's time for us to start doing the automobile piece. We've already put that out there into the universe. So let's go ahead and develop a standard, and that's something this Congress can do. And there's nothing we can't do. So,
Empress.
Islam, Empress.
Empress Aisha.
Yes, Empress.
Did you know that Abbasi had passed on?
Someone said that I spoke. He was on the call not too long ago. So,
It's been over a month since I heard it. I just thought I would mention it to you.
And so, well, at this point, it is hearsay still, because we've not heard it from a direct source, as it were. It's just been hearsay. We consider him living until such time that we hear, either from a relative of his daughter, because his daughter is there at Florida. Someone presents the obituary or something of that nature. But it's a.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. And then too, again, we don't die. We just change form. We just transition.
I understand.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for that. We've heard hearsay. We've heard hearsay.
Okay.
Islam. So that just means that Justice Abbasi is hearing us speak about him already. That's what that means. With that being stated, let's go ahead and put this on our agenda for an upcoming Congress. When would you all prefer to meet again? Do you want to do it in 2 weeks? Let me just take a look at the calendar. Let's see. Congress, what is your sense about when we meet again? What are you sensing? What are you feeling? What are you thinking about Islam nobility?
I'm thinking next Sunday, same time. You asked a question.
Okay, so Justice Earl says a week from today, so this next week on Sunday. Is there anyone else who has a sense about when would be a good meeting time? What we will do is ease. We're not on that treadmill that we're not in a super hurry. We've definitely graduated to easement.
Islam?
Islam.
I like 2 weeks from today. Islam. I'm not sure what that date is, but I don't have a calendar in front of me.
Yeah, that date would be September the 8th.
Oh.
Islam. I would say 2 weeks too.
So the second Sunday in September.
And I would agree.
Islam. Thank you, Empress.
Islam, I'm going to state the 8th, which would be 2 weeks from today, 14 days.
September 8th. Anyone else? I'm okay with September 8th as well.
Islam. I affirm that date as well.
Islam. Thank you, Empress. We're looking in the chat and seeing 2 weeks as well.
Islam. We affirm here.
Islam.
2 weeks.
Islam.
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 Islam. I guess I have to go with the Congress. 2 weeks.
Islam.
Thank you.
Okay, I just said Sunday, but yes, 2 weeks, whatever is agreed by majority, I guess. But you have a question in the chat too, Chief Justice Norway, in case you didn't notice it.
How would we make sure they don't think the United States we're talking about is the dead one? Because we're solvent. They will know because we're solvent. And because we put it on the public record, all subjects in the office of public servant do check the public record. They do know who we are. We're on the land also, by the way. Being on the land is a big deal. And let me say this too. Everyone, before you begin to drive your automobiles using the plates that we agree about, you're going to send out notification at the territory to all subjects in the office of law enforcement and all subjects in the office of courts that this is what the plate looks like, this is the conveyance that it's on, this is my driver's license, this is my insurance. And again, all of that we create ourselves. We will not be using any of their stuff, and what we're doing is establishing jurisdiction there. And then we can even put somewhere on the documentation for the license plate where we notify that these plates meet the American Association for Motor Vehicle Ministry standards. That means we've done our homework. That's what you call making it fit the system. Same way with the driver's license. That's why my driver's license, I had no problems in my travel and no problems, regarding my driver's license, even to get my cellular phone. They took a photo of my driver's license that I created, and you could see the system upload it right on in there and accept it. So now my phone is properly documented by it has the right person. So we'll do the same thing with the license plates. We'll make sure that the license plates state, because see, we're the American Association for Motor Vehicle Ministers. So we'll put that, and then of course we will restate this logo and have it going towards the middle or towards the right. Because if you'll notice, all of their logos, if it's an eagle, the eagle is looking towards the left. If it's a bear, he's walking towards the left. If it's people on it, they're always looking towards the left. We usually put it towards the right or in the middle. Okay, so we'll just restate this this right here for our the documentation that our paperwork goes on. Okay.
There's one question. So we're still working with the word vehicle?
We can use the, well, it depends on what you're using it for. If it's an automobile, if it's something where you're just going to the grocery store and we're coming to visit each other, we're traveling around, we're using it partially for business and partial for something else, it's an automobile.
But I'm just mentioning this for the purpose of the restatement of this right here, for the documentation.
What does your spirit say?
Motor, automobile, or motor conveyance, because a conveyance, covers everything, because it conveys whether goods and or people.
So conveyance is a word that we would use on an 8.5 by 14 government document.
Okay.
We can keep it at motor vehicle here because we're going to be using it both for work and for home, for domicile things. But we change this word to ministers and ministry.
Okay.
And then for those who are saying we're not Americans, let me clarify something. When we restate this here on 8.5 by 14, we will say Al Moroccan Association for Motor Vehicle Ministers. We'll say that on there, which will translate on our company documents when we notify the motor vehicle department, the subjects in the Office of Motor Vehicle Ministry. When we notify them, then we will say American Association for Motor Vehicle Ministers. So it'll be the AAMV for us, or the American Association for Motor Vehicle Ministers. Okay, so we're just changing one or two things. We could even call it administrators and put 2 D's in there, or administrators and change the O to an A or an E, because the word of is not going to be in ours. It's going to be for. So it's still not the same. So we're going to just make it, there's a corporate, there's a company statement or paper that's on 8.5 by 11 that we'll use, where we say motor vehicle, American Association for Motor Vehicle Administrators. And then you can say conveyance on your court actions. You can say motorized conveyance, and you can say, however you will to say it, you can say that on your 8.5 by 14 on Moorish government letterhead, court action that you're going to be sending out with these documents. Okay? So whatever your spirit says is what is right for you. because we are all going to have to notify. And we'll be doing that the same way. All of us will be doing it the same way. 8.5 by 14 document by court action, and then, this document. And a photo of the license plate or what it's going to look like and all of that. So, and then we'll do a quick public announcement about that on YouTube about what it's going to look like and all of that with the insurance and everything, and then we'll go from there because it's gonna fit the system. It's going to, and then no one has to worry about their conveyances because those brand new conveyances, those brand new motor vehicles, those brand new automobiles and motor carriages and motor coaches are on the way. They're on the way.
We affirm.
Yeah. So whatever you choose to call it.
Right. We desire to travel and we will travel.
Yes. Oh, yes. Our ancestors just wish that we agree on how to do that. Agree on how to do it. And then properly record everything. That's all they willed for us. Records are everything because we're the oldest record there is. We're the living record. And then everything else follows. With that being stated, I'm excited about this actually, because we sent some word out recently, and so our ancestors are clearly responding to what we've sent out. So, in adjournment of this meeting, those who will to record these congresses so that you can go back and review them, feel free to do so because we may not put the video up we may not put it up right away. What do you all think about putting this video up? What do you think about it? I'm okay either way. Islam nobility.
I will affirm in agreement to placing it into a place where we can go and find it. So yes, let's put it up there.
Islam
nobility.
Overtone solid Drew back. Put it up. So leave your territory.
Islam.
I affirm also.
Islam.
This is the Empress Amani.
Islam.
Islam. Put it up.
Islam.
Put it up.
Islam. I would Islam.
Islam, I mean, it's the consensus of the people. And I do state that we did go over quite a bit of, pertinent information that pertains to our, rise.
Yes.
For as we travel and so on and so forth. So, yes, I affirm for the posting of our public records.
We will do it.
Islam.
Be it according to this Congress, the word of this Congress. Islam Empress.
I affirm. Third time. Please place it up. Yes.
Be it unto us as we so affirm. Islam. Okay. Well, it will. Islam Empress.
Affirmed. Islam.
Yes. According to your word, it is so. Islam. Islam, Justice Kansu.
I was just confirming.
Oh, yes. Islam, be it unto us according to our word as always. Okay, so with that being stated, so are we putting this document on our agenda for September 8th?
Yes, I affirm.
Islam. Well, I was planning on already starting. I mean, as the desire and will is, be it so.
If you come with a completed product, that would be great.
Islam.
You know, and many of us as will to come with completed tags according to the, you know, that would be great. And then let's come with completed tags and see how similar they look and how different they look.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm in affirmation of that along with the Congress as well. With that being stated, peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, ancient, amazing, divine gods at earth, Islam.
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 Miss everybody. Glad to be back in session.
Yay.
Islam. Islam. Islam.
Peace and love.